Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this show. Welcome to Afrique 24. I'm your host, Jakes, the moderator, and this is your evening's edition. Hii show ni yenye mmeishi kutamani kupenda na kungoja each time inafika hii masaa. Thank you so much for always tuning in to Afrique 24 and above all being part of this great show that happens every night at Afrique 24. Show hii yenyu ni show fiti, show kali, show mnayoipenda tu sana. Welcome ladies and gentlemen. I hope you will have a good time. I have an interesting show lined up for all of us. This one you're going to love. This one you're going to really enjoy. We have an interesting discussion about to happen. I know we are very far away from 2027, very far, but wanasema safari ya mbali huanzwa kesho. And with our politicians, you must really think hard. What could be their game plan? That's what we are looking at this evening. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I hope this finds you so well. Asante sana kwa kuwa part of this show. Where, I'm telling you, it's becoming interesting. It's becoming interesting. And today we look at what? We look at the game plan. Could this be a game plan that is happening now? The game plan to remove Martha Koome. Who benefits by her removal? What could be the importance of her being impeached? Why begin it now? All right. Someone has gone to court to have the ouster of Martha Koome. That's what you'll be looking at. Inaanzanga tu hivi wadau, and kidogo kidogo inakuwa kesi kubwa. Inaanzanga tu hivi kidogo tu, someone inahitaji tu mtu mmoja ajitokeze, and then kidogo kidogo a small case becomes a big case. Today someone has wished the removal of Martha Koome. And well, I'm telling you, Martha Koome has had some degree of rubbings with the current regime, and it is this regime as well that she handed the power to rule. This regime, she handed the verdict that the win, she upheld their win, right? So we'll be looking at that. So wadau, I'm telling you, hii siasa ya Kenya chana tu nayo inakuanga times at another level. That is what we're going to be looking at among many other things. We'll be looking at what why want to impeach CJ, a Chief Justice, who stands to benefit, why now? All right, it has never happened before in Kenya, but anything in Kenya is possible. Why seek the ouster of a Chief Justice? Of course, a Deputy Chief Justice have ever been removed before. You remember Nancy Baraza? Kwa kupinch tu mtu mapua. That was her end. Mm? Kupinch mtu tu mapua. Telling the person you should know people. That was her end. Now, with that said, it's almost obvious that at times in Kenya, kakitu kadogo kanaweza kukukimbisha hile haujawahi ona, especially if there is vested interest. So tonight we try to look at and dive into that and ask ourselves who stands to gain if Martha Koome is impeached, or rather is removed from office. All right, so that's what we'll be looking at. I'll be telling you what are the ways of removing a CJ from office, what are the requirements, what are the ways in which and the procedures in which a CJ is removed in office. Martha Kome's tenure just started the other day in, I think, May of 2021, and already she has made serious headlines. She has made serious news over the days. She gave a verdict to BBI. She gave a verdict to the presidential petition. She gave a verdict that many up to today are still rubbing their hearts saying, yeah, that was not what we anticipated her to do. Remember the hot air verdict that came from her and her bench, all right? But months later, or call it a year later, and some months, someone already is filing her removal. All right, we know in Kenya you just need to get someone to be the one to go and initiate something, and then thereon in a catch momentum. Right now, it may seem small. The argument may almost seem as though it doesn't hold water. but wait until other petitioners begin to join me in the petition, and others who would want to term themselves as friends of the court or friends of the process, and eventually evidence zianze kuletwa kidogo kidogo, usikie petition imeletwa, and then hivyo hivyo tu. Now I don't know what happens when I think the deputy holds the position for some time, until either she vies for the CJ, or another one person is appointed. That is, CJ Philomena Mwilo would be in an acting capacity. Remember, after what happened to Justice Maraga after he retired, upon his retirement, the person who took over for quite some time was Philomena Mwilo, in an acting capacity. And then after the vetting and the process, and equally the swearing in of Martha Koome stepped in as the new Chief Justice. Now, this is an interesting twist now, that after her being sworn in as the Chief Justice and have had so many landmark rulings over the days, now she is on the chopping board. We saw her the other day meeting the president. Most of us here castigated that meeting, all right, including one Raila Odinga, and many people really said, "Hey, we don't wish that the judiciary and the executive be in bed together." And then, unfortunately, the meeting happened, of course, and we thought that now cases that affect the government will begin to collapse. Of course, we have seen before cases that involved government officials collapse. So we were anticipating now that will also continue, in as much as anything affecting the government equally would begin to collapse in court. Where until Friday last week, wadau, that cases kama ile ya housing ilianguka in the appellate court, na kidogo kidogo stories za Haiti zikakuwa paused. Of course, the president yesterday said that hiyo story itaendelea, and wanangoja tu kabarua kaina fulani from Haiti, and where as soon as next week our police would be deployed in Haiti, all right. So of course he explained that the process was the one that is wrong. The national or whatever council yenyewe ina deploy, kazi yake ni kudeploy the defense force, not to deploy the police. So upon the letter that a country can write to another member country who are friends and all, upon any state of emergency, can request for police. So if Haiti request our police, that can happen, and equally it can happen very fast, as soon as next week. That's what the president said while in Rome. But now kuna hii story ya another person, jamaa amejitokeza, jamaa amejitwika mzigo mzito ya kupeleka Chief Justice kwa JSC for her impeachment. One Michael Kojo Otieno. Michael Kojo Otieno, I don't know if you remember him. I'll be showing you what Michael Kojo is known for. He's the man behind the word shall and may. All right. But Michael Kojo Otieno has decided, him being a human rights activist, to go to court. And what has he gone to? Not court, to the JSC. What has he gone to seek? He has gone to seek the removal from office of the Chief Justice. All right, many might celebrate that. Oh, I wish, I wish I get to hear, especially from one person I know who has a personal issue, you know, with Martha Koome over the same the ruling that she made in 2022. Yeah, there's someone whose heart was seriously crushed by that ruling. Of course, he's an ardent supporter of Azimio and Raila Odinga. So that ruling really frustrated and ilimuumiza roho. Yeah, it created a scar in his heart. So I don't know what this news would mean to him. And it's interesting, but equally Raila Odinga issued a statement on tweet and said, you know what, there's no need to go after Martha Koome. We'll be looking at all that in this bulletin. So what do you do, ladies and gentlemen? Kwanza kimbia Afrique 24 YouTube, subscribe, all right? Kimbia hapo Afrique 24. Wadau, subscribe. Let us grow together, all right? Let us grow together. Kimbia hapo Afrique 24. Subscribe and let us grow together. Asante for the many who have taken up the call to subscribe to Afrique 24. Unafanya nini? Unakimbia YouTube, una subscribe to Afrique 24. Let this be your other channel. Yes, umesubscribe kwa zingine, that's fantastic. You've done a good job. Do a good one, yeah? Do a good one again. Subscribe to Afrique 24. Kimbia hapo YouTube, subscribe to Afrique 24. Make it your other interesting channel for such great content. Thank you very much. All right. I don't know what you think about the removal from office of Martha Koome. Who stands to benefit? You know, at times safari ambali, as I've said, inaanza kupangwa mapema. Her removal may mean something. Someone may benefit from her removal. The CJ is an important seat, and it equally is important, especially for any politician, to have a CJ who they can be able to almost see eye to eye with. Yeah, what am I talking about? If you are in good books with the Chief Justice, probably some things may go your way. I don't want to say that has been happening. I don't want to be misquoted that some people have been getting unfair dealings kwa sababu ya kujua a certain judge, eh? But this is Kenya, watao, hii ni Kenya. So what could be the reason for the need to impeach, or rather to remove from office, Martha Koome? Remember, someone said, I think in this show, that it's not almost possible for the same verdicts to be issued twice. It's not almost possible that the fact that William Ruto won through court, of course, after the election, and got a verdict that made him be president. It's not always almost obvious that he will still get the same verdict come 2027. You know what? None of our recent elections have had the same Chief Justice. Okay. In 2013, we had one Willie Motunga. In 2017, we had one Chief Justice Emeritus Maraga. All right. In 2022, we had Martha Koome. But because of her age and still her tenure and all, she will be there in 2027. So my question is, could this be a plan? Imeanza mapema tu kidogo kidogo, testing the waters to remove her from office and make her, either quit or resign or be removed through the process laid out for the removal of a Chief Justice. It hasn't happened before in Kenya. It has not. But this will be an interesting one to see what happens. All right. So today, a petition has already been filed, a petition seeking and challenging her position and her status as the Chief Justice has already been filed. And that would mean if merits to this case are found and it goes through the all the processes, I'll be telling you all the processes and stages of removing a Chief Justice. If all the processes qualify and she's removed, and she's as good as gone, as good as gone. And when she leaves, the process of recruiting another Chief Justice begin. All right. CJ Martha Philomena Mwilo will be on an acting capacity for quite some time until tupate Chief Justice mwingine. This is a Chief Justice who has barred one Ahmed Nasir from appearing before the Supreme Court. And there's a tweet from Ahmed Nasir that he will wait. He will wait until uh, Chief Justice Martha Koome is no longer on that seat. Could his prediction be coming true? He said he will wait. He said he will not even fight them. Of course, he headed to the East African Court in Tanzania, but he said he will not fight them. He has no time to fight them, Martha Koome and team. He said he's waiting for Justice Lenaola to be the Chief Justice, among many other things. So, ladies and gentlemen, could this be a ploy? Yeah, a game plan for 2027. Remember how it began, for example, before 2022? The issue was Chebukati then. And you remember one time they even said, even if Mweke Buru Odinga, I'll still win. Maybe they knew what they had done with the IABC chairperson. So they were very confident. Now, probably they're not confident with the Chief Justice. Wait, don't quote me. I've just mentioned what I was told by someone. Yeah. So don't quote Jakes, the moderator, on that. But the person, this is what was his argument, that hey, they were confident of the chairperson because they knew what they would do. I don't know what they did. Don't quote me. I don't know what they did, but the jury is out there. All right. But I want to really hear your sentiments and your feedback concerning the need to remove Martha Koome from office. Who stands to benefit, and is it um, a foresight of, or rather someone ametazama mbele, anajua in the event this goes like this is what might happen, and we might need a chief justice who may sing a tune that may favor us. Who knows? Who knows? We are just speculating here today, but wadau, niku interesting, but karibu sana kwa show. I'm equally joined by Mr. G, and equally you, if you wish to join us in the studio. Yeah, I'll be showing you just now how to join us in the studio kupitia link ambayo inaingia hapo kwa comment section. Hiyo ndio link inakutuma hapa kwa studio. Let us have this conversation. Who stands to benefit, all right, by the removal of office of Chief Justice Martha Koome? This is a person who seriously aggrieved my good friend Mr. G. He has a heart that is highly scarred by one Martha Koome. I really know this will be a difficult show for him, but I ask him to really be strong so as to to so that we may have a very balanced debate. But all the same, someone has gone to court to seek her removal. Some have already begun defending Martha Koome. Others have begun lining their troops, probably to strengthen the petition to have her removed. You know, already Kenya Kwanza feel aggrieved by how the courts have been behaving. So could this be another showdown rooming? You know, the Chief Justice has come out to defend the courts. The courts equally have come out strong to oppose the government. Could this as well be another showdown in making? As usual, you have noted, it always begins here at Afrique 24. We create the narrative and the story becomes a big story. So first, let's listen in to what is happening, even before I bring in Mr. G. All right?
The Judicial Service Commission. The petitioner Michael Kojo Otieno claims that the Chief Justice failed to follow the law in appointing members of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. Otieno claims that Koome discriminated against persons who applied to be members of the tribunal and burdened Kenyan taxpayers with an inclusion of 2 more members who were not budgeted for. Seth Olale has more.
Chief Justice Martha Koome faces a legal tussle against Homa Bay resident Michael Kojo Otieno, who claims that the CJ violated the Constitution in appointing members of the Tax Appeal. In the petition, Otieno argues that while appointing persons to serve at the Tax Appeal Tribunal, the judge failed to be honest in execution of powers conferred to her by the Tax Appeal Tribunal Act based on powers conferred to the judge as a judicial officer. The petitioner further states that the actions of the Chief Justice in appointing members more than the stipulated requirement violated Section 4B of the Tax Appeal Tribunal Act.
That one clearly indicates that if you've appointed more people than the expected number, then definitely you want to have power to rule over them.
And that the actions of the Chief Justice in the appointment of the Tax Appeal Tribunal are indeed illegal, null and void, and hence unfit to hold public office. The membership of the Tax Appeals Tribunal consists of the chairperson and not less than 15 members and not more than 20 other members of the tribunal, out of which not less than 5 of those members and not more than 9 ought to be advocates of the High Court. According to JSC, Advocate Chelugat Edwin Kiprono's notice of resignation was received by the Commission on 10th May 2023. Kiprono was appointed member of the National Police Service Commission, while Ali Tanvir Mohsin tendered his resignation on 8th July 2022. Subsequently, the tribunal secretary And CEO Anne Waithera Githinji tendered her resignation with effect from 23rd October 2023. Seth Olale, Citizen TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, itaanza hivyo. It is Kenya. We know at times how things begin. Itaanza hivyo, but kidogo kidogo, it will be a serious thing. Now, what am I talking about? What does it mean to remove a CJ in office? In Kenya, of course, the process of removing the Chief Justice from office is well outlined in our 2010 Constitution. Of course, all of us know the removal is detailed in, of course, Article 168(1) of the Constitution. The grounds for removal of any Chief Justice, of course, include the following. Number one, if you are incapacitated, just like the president, if the president is incapacitated, a chief justice, if the chief justice is incapacitated mentally, hayuko fiti and all, anaweza chujwa kwa ofisi vibaya sana. If the chief justice is found to be incapable of performing the functions of the office due to physical or even mental capacity, that is grounds for her removal. Equally, misbehavior. If a chief justice, of course, engages in conduct that brings disrespect to the office or behaves in a manner inconsistent with the values and principle of leadership and integrity set out in chapter 6 of the Constitution, that is grounds for her removal. That is, if her behavior, you remember what happened to Nancy Baraza, behavior too. If your behavior is unbecoming, yeah, that's grounds for removal. All right. Of course, others, the main process of removing one would be what to initiate the process. The process begins with a petition, and the petition is sent to JSC, just like this Michael Ochieng has done, is to create a petition. Well, once that petition goes to the JSC and it is filed, it is from there. Yeah, it is from there that the claims are investigated. All right. So investigation by JSC upon the receiving the petition is, of course, rolled in motion, and an investigation, a comprehensive investigation is carried out. The Chief Justice, of course, here she has the right to challenge the allegations made upon her, all right, or against her. Upon merits found on the case, ladies and gentlemen, what happens? A recommendation by JSC is sent to the president. You remember what happened to Shitembo? The president anatumiwa a request that they have found merit, yeah, in the petition that has been filed before it, that is JSC, all right, the Judicial Service Commission, all right. Then the president anafanya nini? The president anakubali, or rather the president recommend that the chief justice be removed from office, but kwanza anaituma parliament. All right, akituma parliament inafaa approve. So the next stage itakuwa parliamentary approval. So the president, upon receiving the JSC recommendation, must suspend the chief justice. So hapa Martha Koome akiwa suspended, who steps in? Of course, Philomena Mwilu, and appoint a tribunal to inquire into the matter. The tribunal consists of a person who hold or have held a higher judicial office. You remember, for example, in Justice Shitembo, they had, I think, another judge, I'm forgetting her name, who did that. Of course, the Tribunal of Inquiry will now, after Parliament approval, a Tribunal of Inquiry is formed, and then the Tribunal of Inquiry inquires and reports the finding to the president. Once the finding has been made, the president, the decision by the president through Parliament as well, now terminates the Chief Justice. And upon that, the Chief Justice is as good as gone home. Now, here is a situation where we have Martha Koome fighting two arms of government, who even yesterday we said one Moses Masika Wetangula has already gone to court to challenge this same judiciary. Here now, she's being brought to them on the chopping board. What do you think would happen? What do you think could happen? Yeah? That is the story that we are about to look at, among many other stories. Asante sana. This is Afrique 24. We are looking at this. Is this a game plan for for 2027. One of it being removal from office of Martha Koome. All right. Thank you for sticking around. Asante sana kwa kuwa part of this great conversation about to happen. Well, I know hii ni ngumu kwako leo, lakini kaka brother utajikaza tu. Mr. G, good evening. How are you?
Good evening, sir. How are you?
I'm
Greetings
fantastic. Leo
yeah.
hii show ni ile story huwa haikupendezi sana. Tuna discuss aliyekuvunja moyo vibaya sana. Leo amepatikana.
Okay. First of all, I have to wish my good brother, my good brother Alex, happy birthday.
Oh, it was his birthday. I didn't.
Yeah, today is Alex's birthday, and I wish him.
Really? I didn't
I hope
know. Really?
enjoy the day.
Unijua aje hakutuma memo. Alex, is it your birthday?
No, he's a closer friend. He's a closer friend. Lazima nijue.
Let me see. All right, I'll just know right. Oh yeah, man. Happy birthday, my friend. How are you? But tutakuimbia birthday hapo mwisho ya show. Happy birthday to you. Have many in return. Hey, unaona watu wa birthday vile wana behave, eh? Birthday guys. All right. Yes, Mr. G.
Yeah. So, okay, to me today, unajua, Jex, today I'll be so soft to this woman, even though you're not in good terms. Yeah, but what I want to start with is, let us look at this guy. This guy ambaye amepeleka this petition akisema his removal. Unajua, in politics watu kwa wanasema kuwa everything, there's nothing that is impossible in politics. So, tukirudi nyuma, there's a time ambao Wanjigi alituambia kuwa those time tulikuwa tunaona Mtata akiwa anatokezea kwa media kila wakati, anatokezea kwa media na anakuja na issues ambazo zina hit our nation, issues ambazo zimekuwa substantial issues. Sasa tukawa tunashinda, huyu jamaa mbona kuna hii nguvu ya kuongea hivi, mbona anajifanya, sometimes tunampata mpaka anaenda anajifunga nyororo kwa gate sijia nini, anajifunga nyororo kwa mlingoti, kwa street, na anaongea points. Baadaye tukakuta nani akatuambia, Wanjigi akatuambia kumbe himself ndiye alikuwa anampatia information, you see. So this is a guy here hatujui, as much as we are told that in the politics nothing is impossible. Huyu jamaa ni kwanza lazima nimjue kama ni mtu wa UDA ama ni mtu wa Azimio. Hiyo ndio kitu kwanza nafaa nijue.
Huyu ni jamaa wa Azimio vibaya sana. You remember alikuwa amekuja akiongelea kuhusu stories za Shal and May. I'll be playing you. Yeah, I'll be playing you clips from him, eh? Michael.
I know he's from Azimio.
Yeah.
I know he's from Azimio, and that's why I'm saying I have to know vizuri kabisa nijue kama ni jamaa ambaye anaweza nunuliwa na mtu ama, kwa sababu kumbuka there's a statement ambayo nani alitoa, ambao Ahmed Nasir alitoa, and he talked about this issue. Na hata in fact tuliongelea hapa this issue from Ahmed Nasir. Na imeanza kujitokeza. So hatuwezi, mimi kwangu I don't have to speculate kwanza, kwa sababu I'm not sure what is really happening. I don't know kama Ruto anaweza mtumia huyu kijana iwe ndio chanzo ya kumtoa huyu mtu, but although tunajua kwa Ahmed Nasir aliongelea the same issue. So to me I want just to be soft to this woman, as much as I don't agree with her and I don't like her, but on hii issue kwanza acha niipate kwanza nafasi kidogo. Back to you, nini Jex.
Hii story wewe unaamua kukalia fence, eh? Despite
acha kwanza nipigie.
But I'll be coming you with more questions. But equally, birthday boy, happy birthday to you. I am not a good singer. If I was, I would have sang you from the, you know, from the nice vocals. Do you need cake? You umeletewa?
I don't need it. You don't need it? What about milk? Yeah. You want milk? Yeah. Okay.
Birthday boy ameletewa ni chajio ama ni ya mchana, whatever. But birthday boy, how are you?
I'm fine, I thank God.
Hiyo ni keki?
Yeah.
I'm sure you're sio keki. But karibu sana kwa show. So,
Hii ni
what
keki
do you
bwana.
make of what do you make of the need?
Keki bwana. Hii ni keki. Unasema
Why,
kuna keki.
why, why? Blessed are you among the few. Unaonyesha kitu kama hiyo kwa screen na Wakenya wengine wako njaa, but sawa. Karibu sana. Hope you're well.
I'm fine, thank God.
Aha. Birthday nakuleta aje before hata nikulete kwa show.
Birthday, unajua sasa sisi ni wazee. The way we handle it is so different. So, and we thank God because hii miaka yetu inaenda vizuri na tunaona tukiishi miaka nyingi kwenda mbele.
Oh, all right. Okay, asante sana. Now, what do you make of the petition filed to remove Martha Koome from office?
No, if you look at, I think Ruto fears because he has made mistakes, and he knows that if the process goes the way it's supposed to be, because I think Martha Koome should be retiring soon. I think she has stayed overdue. Alimaliza term yake ya kwanza, kuna pili. So I think these people are
Who, Martha Koome?
Yeah.
No. Martha
Yeye
Koome
ndio bado
alianza last tenure yake 2021. Atatoka 2031. Her tenure expires in 2031.
Now that tells you that kuna uoga watu wako nayo. Because there is a this wanaita kukubaliana, this satisfaction, sijui kwa nini jina na kusema, within the judiciary, especially on the fundings. But you know, they were given money, they went and bought big cars instead of putting you know, other things into factor. Martha Koome is a person who has made many mistakes within herself, even as the judiciary president. I don't think anybody likes her. She's between a hard place and a hard rock. So she's trying to save her, or she's trying to redeem herself from the mistakes that she made. And she knows very well. I think from her children all the way to the people surrounding her, I think they tell her that Kenya peace with you. You know, you can do something, later on you come to understand, like, what's the mood of the country. Then you realize you made a mistake. And you remember they met with Martha Koome, they met with Magara and Justice Mutunga. And I think they did give her good advice. Mutunga is one man who regrets because he could not even publish the proceedings of the Supreme Court in regard to the petition of 2013. And you can see Mutunga tried to redeem herself. It has refused completely. So I think she was given an advice on how to carry herself between the judiciary and the executive. Now,
all right,
I don't think when interviews were done, I think she had the lowest. There are people who had many marks in terms of interview. But you see, the Handshake brothers wanted to make history in Kenya. And in the making of history, they messed up history. I remember Ndeto said something ambayo ilifanya wanawake wakamchapa sana. Ndeto on the channel ile ya sister channel alisema kuwa it was a mistake to give a woman this seat. I will not say that. Mi nitasema it was a mistake to give somebody who did not score enough marks. She was not ready. Maybe the future she was ready to be, but not this time when we had a contagious election. We needed somebody who is sober like Magara. And the problem is that we did not have any in the bench. Maybe Lenaola, who again is a UDA guy. But if you look at Smoking Wanjala, the guy goes to the Supreme Court. We drink, but at the Supreme Court, if you go to, you know, like the petition of 2013, they had to go get him from the bar. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
So Ahmed
Mm-hmm.
Nasir is right when he says that. But I don't think Ahmed Nasir is working with the Kahoot in State House. I think Ahmed Nasir is working on himself. The people working so hard to make sure that this lady is gone out are people like Murkomen, and now Wetangula has come out. The question is, and we did ask yesterday, where is Muturi? And I think Nani put it very well. Is Muturi dead? Because he is the legal advisor to the government.
Yeah.
So he should be filing these things, not Wetangula. Now Wetangula anaingisha some clauses that does not make sense, so that you can feel that he's supposed to go to court. But I think his petition, he will be told, let the legal advisor to the courts, to the government, bring the case forward, not you. Because remember, you are the executive of the legislature. You represent, like yesterday you say, you represent both sides. You must be neutral, you must listen to both sides. So did he listen to both sides? He is applying this thing as a what? As a UDA guy, which actually is not a neutral position. So they are targeting Martha Koome.
Yes.
And in a subtle way. And this is what I think. If Martha Koome does not recuse herself from this case, so that ile ya nini inaitwaje, because I think wanaipeleka kwake, hata kama wana appeal, I think hiyo case wataipeleka mpaka mwisho, itafika Supreme Court. But so that ikifika Supreme Court, they will target her. The thing is that Ruto wants the court to be his. He wants to prove that some judges are what? Are corrupt. So, and that is the work of the Judicial Service Commission, combined with the Chief Justice, to see honestly, is this person corrupt? So the people that he's targeting, you can see. But the conundrum is here. The people that Nani is targeting, Ahmed Nasir, it's funny that there are the Philomena Mwilu, Martha Koome, Smoking Wanjala, Njoki Ndung'u. Those are the people that he's targeting. 3 women and 1 man. And I'm questioning. So because he was saying here, I will not take a brief or appear before the Supreme Court as long as the CJ Koome, Deputy CJ Mwilu, Smoking Wanjala, and Joki are judges of the Supreme Court. I will come back to the court when, inshallah, if the judges, Ibrahim, Lenaola, Ouko, and other members constitute the majority. A majority in the Supreme Court. Now, the question is this. Now, that's the question, my friend, that why is he naming these judges, that these judges will remain and the other judges will get out? That's the conundrum now. That's where I see that he's not working with the Ruto people. He's not a cahoot to these people. He's fighting this war through some judges or the Judicial Service Commission. And he knows exactly how he's going to do these things. So it's a matter of time before the lady Martha Koome maneno yake commission ikuwe form ya kumremove. It's a matter of time. You had Murkomen say in 2 months. You had Murkomen openly. As a minister, you are not supposed to engage outside your boundaries. And you question, why are people who are outside the boundaries, like Wetangula, like Murkomen, and like Cheregai, are coming in? So it's a matter of time before they remove this woman. And this woman is also hated within the 7 judges of the Supreme Court. That's the problem again. Because she treated other people like they didn't. So like Lenaola, Ibrahim, Ouko, she never listens to them, by the way, because these 4 votes together, they become majority. And these 3 vote the other side, they become the minority. But remember, the Supreme Court of William Ruto was unanimous. That means all of them voted together that William Samoei Ruto won the election. And that's the problem that I'm having. that what is the problem of Ahmed Nasir, and why did they decide completely to bar her from the Supreme Court? You know, there's this land of 2 billion that was supposed to proceed. You know, that land of 2 billion of Moi and this woman.
Moi. Yeah.
Moi and this woman. So that land is 2 billion, and you know, lawyers get a third of that money. Okay, so that's why they are punishing him. They are saying you cannot come to the Supreme Court in that case, and that case will not proceed until Ahmed Nasir recuses himself from the case. You know, then you see that Koome has a vendetta against who? Ahmed Nasir, okay, which actually is punitive. You are not allowed to do that because a mature person does not punish other people. That is my take on that.
All right, I'll be coming to you just now with several more questions, but Mr. G, kwa uharaka tu tumemtimua Martha Koome, nani anaweza benefit? Who stands to benefit with her removal? Is it the president? Is it the executive in general? Is this equally another tactic to begin to intimidate judges? Unaichukulia from what angle if we were to remove the Chief Justice? Because that's the highest office in the judiciary. If that was to happen, what do you think would be the message being sent?
I think, Jakes, on that question, maybe ungeiput kuwa if the all judges from the Supreme Court wametolewa, not only this woman, kwa sababu let's go back to ile wakati Mtunga alikuwa, it was 2013 when Mtunga was there. That time Njoki alikuwa upande wa president. Yeah, but that time Njoki alikuwa upande wa president. He never even discussed anything, ama he never listened to anyone. Yeye akilaki kumekuwa focus kutetea president. Mna alikuwa hiyo time. Ukipata mtu kama Smoking mtu ambaye amekuwa pale for a very long time. Yeah, and ukimsikiza he was talking as if anajua kitu ambacho anafanya, but ikuja wakati wa kuvote unasikia amevote pamoja na wale watu ambao wana support impunity. Sasa mimi on my side, the whole team should go out. If at all we Kenyans, as naongea sasa kama citizen wa Kenya, if Kenyans want to get something from the Supreme Court, wanataka kupata ukweli, truth, the whole team should be removed. Kwa sababu the same way Alex ameongea, the last election ambayo ni 2022, but in fact tuliambia kwa hii na sasa ni Mungu aliwaongelesha. Sasa Mungu mwenyewe aliwaongelesha na akapatia judgment, akamwambia mwende msome hii sasa mbele ya watu, kumaanisha hao watu wametufail wote. As much as I hate Koome, kwa sababu Koome ndio kama amechukua hiyo jukumu, naenda kana ataja Mungu sana, akisema ameongea na Mungu mpaka amepewa judgment, but the whole team for us to succeed as Kenyans, they should be removed from that place. Okay, now on the issue of yeye ametolewa, who will benefit? Kitu ya kwanza sasa hii tunaona kama yeye amekazia sana president, na siku mkazia, amesimama kwa right, ako right kabisa, because he's following the law and it is our constitution ambayo inapinga hizi vitu ambazo Ruto anataka. But tunaona Ruto mpaka hata leo akiwa Western baada amesema kuwa wanaendelea na those projects, hakuna kitu tawazuia kusimamisha. You see, so the president anakubaliana na impunity, but now the woman is being intimidated. Now, it's not only this woman, but the whole judges, they are being intimidated so that wakileta hizi kesi zao ziwe zinatupiliwa mbali, kwa sababu sasa the more wanaendelea kusimama na ukweli, the more the executive inaendelea kuwachukia. You see, na obvious watakuja pia ni watu au ni wanadamu kama sisi, itafika mahali waanze kusema wanataka kujitetea pia kazi yao, kutetea unga. Tunasema wanatetea unga. Sasa kwa hiyo hali ya kutetea unga, they'll fall into the trap, na sasa hapo ndo sasa we ata succeed the president. But another thing pia, these people they are focused on a 2027 election, kwa sababu wameona kama when Alex amesema the woman at the moment in kama he's trying to redeem herself kwa sababu ya what she did. Alifanya makosa mengi sana, alidiscourage watu wengi, mimi mwenyewe alinivunja moyo. You see, sasa kuna watu wengi ambao hawampendi, kuna watu wengi ambao hawataki kumsikia, so she's trying to redeem herself, na the more she tries to redeem herself, hizo kesi atazikazia, na the more anaendelea kuzikazia ndo Ruto ataendelea kuwapinga. So obvious akitoka the judge ambaye atakuja pale atataka kuside na president kwa sababu hataki kumwaga unga. You see, kwa sababu in case tena pia aanze kupinga venue na pinga, obvious atatolewa. So this is just a strategy to intimidate these judges so that the executive iweze kufaulu na their plan. because obvious akitolewa, the next judge ambaye atakuja CJ akija pia atafanywa hivyo hivyo. Akisimama na ukweli atatolewa pia. Mwingine akija pia ni hivyo. Sasa itabidi watu waanze kutetea unga na impunity itakuwa inaendelea. So my take ni kuwa the president, the executive, they are into this thing. Wanataka wamtoe to intimidate other judges.
So for you, it will be more of intimidation to other judges, and equally, you are saying that it has a create a storm for judiciary. Now, equally on the same breath, Philomena Mwilu is the deputy. If that happens, can this be her opportunity to equally go up?
Yeah, she can go up, but still the strategy is the same. Mr. Jakes, the strategy here is to intimidate these people ili waweze kusikiza executive. Yeah. Wakati Philomena Mwilu pia akichukua anene she stands against these projects ambazo zinaenda unconstitutional. Obviously pia watamfanyia hivyo vinawafanyia mwingine. The issue here is either wote watoke, we get new people ambao hawatakuwa na ile hawata fall into trap ya the executive. Kwa sababu angalia this woman ambaye ni nani? Ni CJ. We still asking ourselves question. Nini ilifanywa akaenda kukutana pale? And we know that we have 3 arms of the government. Na zote za fazi we independent. Inakuwaje yeye aenda anza kukana na president na executive. And we are being told that kumbe walienda kukaa na alitoka kule na goodies. Kuna vitu alipewa, sijui pesa fulani, sijui nini, kuna vitu fulani ambao alipewa akiwa meketi kule. So they never just discuss the issue ambayo ilikuwa iko on hand. They had other agendas. But still kwa sababu amesimama na his faith, they will intimidate her.
In Kenya, it is interesting. Ile kesi ambayo sasa inaletwa sio kesi ya last year, ni kesi ya sio kesi ya this year, ni kesi ya kipindi kitambo kimepita. My first question is why now? Kwa nini saa hizi? Kwa sababu Friday tulikuwa na uamuzi ambao ulitikisa nchi na wengi walisherekea, wengine hawakusherekea. Na Martha Koome baada ya hapo akasema kama kuna kitu hatutawahi jadili ni jinsi ambavyo jaji anaweza amuru kesi. Alright? Jaji hawezi surutishwa ama hawezi sukumwa, atafanya kulingana na sheria na ile ushahidi imeletwa mbele yake. So that's what Martha Koome was able to bring out. But days later, today is Thursday, barely a week, ndio hii petition imeletwa ya kwanza kumtoa. Don't you think this is it is questionable and fishy? This is happening now.
Exactly the same way nimekuambia to Jakes. This thing there is a plan, there's a fishy plan, a fishy deal ambayo inaendelea, and this is just because ya nini executive na judiciary, kwa sababu sahi majudges ni kama maamua hawataki kusaidi na impunity. They are following law, they are following constitution, and it's true that judges should stay independent. Hiyo ni ukweli. But now look at the executive. They are intimidating them. Kwanza in fact wameamua sasa wataki kusikia those rules sahi. Wamesema hata hizi watu wakipeana rules, wakataka kupeana rules au wanataka kuendelea na kazi. That's why alikuwa anasema si niende ni deal nao watu. Unaona vile president alikuwa anaongea leo. Si mimi niende ni deal nao watu. Yeah, yani huyu mtu amekuwa arrogant vibaya sana, and they're just being they are intimidating judges. Hakuna kitu kingine.
Swali kwako tu tena kabla sijakuja kwa Alex. In any way, can a Chief Justice be a setback in anyone's political agenda, especially a president? Anyway, in any way?
Yeah, it is possible. You know, everything is just interest. Kila kitu kwa ni interest. Yeah, kila kitu kwa ni interest. And remember, hapa ni wakati, look at the current situation ambao tuko sahi, Jakes. At the current situation ambao tuko, ni wakati ambao jamaa anaendelea na uongo wake. Huyu nani Ruto anaendelea na uongo wake, but he's still playing as a victim. Unaona, ana play as a victim. Akifika kwa watu wananchi wa Kenya, akifika kwa hustlers, anasema kuwa watu wanataka kunizuia kuwapatia nyinyi kazi. But look at what he's talking about job. We have people wamemaliza university, people wamemaliza colleges, wako na credentials. Yeah. Sasa watu watenda jenge, watenda bebe hizi mama ambaye anadanganya tu kwa anapatiana kazi. Hakuna kazi yote, but because he knows how to play as a victim, anajaribu kuchukua ile akili ile ukora ambayo anatumia wakati hapa na campaign. That is the play ambayo anaanza kuplay pia sahi. Aonekane kuwa is a victim, anaonewa. Ati anataka kupatia watu kazi lakini sasa ni judges wamekataa. So it is possible that thing can happen.
Ukikumbuka walivyomtoa Nancy Baraza, ilikuwa ni kosa la kuchunana tu mapua, kosa kidogo na kusema you should know people, na ikaleta mdahalo mkali sana nchini. I remember wamama wakajitokeza wakisema haki ya, I'm forgetting her name, but she was a lady from Kisii, I think. I'm forgetting, is it Kwamboka? Yes. I remember vile watu walijitokeza kutetea Kwamboka because of that phrase of you should know people, and how the deputy chief justice then behaved. Hii ilikuwa kitu naweza sema it is even away from her docket. Alright, ni katabia kako ukiwa huko nje kwa raha zako, kwa starehe zako, that katabia kabaya kana kushika. You know, sometimes unakuta umemisbehave kwa traffic, umemisbehave kwa hoteli, kwa lift, umemisbehave, au katabia kanaletwa kana kuwa used against you, because of course, as I've told you, one of the grounds of being impeached or removed from office is misbehavior. Sasa hii yake ni uteuzi tu wa, I think, 1 or 2 people extra from the people she was supposed to appoint. Is that really that serious to cause her the petition to kwanza? I don't know, do you think it would sail through? But number one, and yes, it is.
I get your question.
Yes.
But now let's go to our constitution. Let's go to our constitution. Does it allow her kuchukua au extra? Kama haiallow, then does it allow?
Haiallow. It has a capping.
So that can be that can be the route now. Hapo hiyo ndio inaweza kwa sasa ndo kizingiti wanatumia hiyo sasa kufrustrate.
Na huyo anaweza kuwa mmoja, alafu kesho utasikia kuna mwingine na mwingine wamejitokeza, so that to make this evidence iwe mzito zaidi na kesi iwe because ni mtu mmoja ujitokeza, alafu kidogo kidogo unaanza kusikia and several others wamejoin the petition. Do you see a likelihood of people joining this petition?
They will. Listen to what anaitwa Kichungi, huyo majority leader anaitwaje? Kimani what?
Kimani Chungwa.
Listen to what he said. Aliambia president kuwa wewe fanya kazi yako, wacha sisi deal na hawa, kama wanataka kuleta vichwa, we know where we can deal with them. So hii ni kitu ambao obvious watajitokeza, and the main thing ambayo ninaweza sema ni kuwa they want to frustrate these people mpaka wa fall into their trap, so that wanaweza eneza impunity in our country.
Alex, I come to you. We were waiting for evidence against Esther Maina, I think. Esther Maina, the justice, lady justice, who the deputy president alikuwa file. That didn't happen. Is this the new strategy? If you don't have evidence, bring petition charges?
You know, interpretation, you see, a judge can decide to interpret something in many ways. That's why being a judge or a chief, let's say a magistrate, judge, or whatever it is, it's very important to challenge a lawyer that knows also how to challenge the judge.
Okay.
And there is a case that happened, and a man killed his wife.
Yes.
And they use something called temporary insanity, and the person got away with it. He say the guy was so mad he didn't know what he was doing. So and he argued very well until what he won the case. And that's what usually Cliff Better does. He does criminal cases that are very high. Cliff Better akiona ni criminal case anakimbia huko, and actually he wins those cases because he knows how to do what? To evolve pole mpaka ana convince judge that this one. Because what happens in the court, I don't know Jex kama umaishikwa upelekwe kotini. You will understand.
Thank God, and I pray never ever.
Yeah, I've been to court several times. if you go the first time and you see your lawyer is not arguing in the right way, fire him. I remember there was a friend of mine alikuwa ameshikwa na immigration because alikuwa amepiga mtu na shoka. Akamwambia huyo tulikuwa naye alikuwa Mkamerun, akasema here in America you have a right of a weapon, you have a right of a gun, you have a right to the Second Amendment. And in Africa, a machete is our gun. So therefore, you cannot say somebody has taken his Second Amendment and then you start judging him. And the judge and the judge was very listening interestingly, and he convinced the judge that machete and a gun is the same thing. Okay, so what is going to happen here? Eventually, this thing is going to go to another. I don't think it's going to go to the apex court. A commission is going to be created. A removal of you see those 4 people that Ahmed Nasir has quoted. The Chief Justice, his deputy, Smoking Wanjala, and Nani Jokindu. Now, yenye naenda kukua ngumu is the Chief Justice. The only way you can convince that this removal is kama kona treason, there are 3 things, grounds for impeachment of an elected official, especially whose term tenure is protected. Treason, bribery, high crimes, and misdemeanors. It is very clear. But because of her tenure that is protected, it's going to be very, very clear. You know, Ata Baraza, I don't know what they did, and they got away with it. So the Supreme Court, kutoa judge sio rahisi. So they are going to try themselves, gauge it themselves, but in the end, they are going to lose because other judges will fear the people who will be in that commission, unless they will also be bribed heavily. But you can bribe them, but when you get there, wataogopa because LSK is their body looking at you. It will take away your license. Unaelewa? LSK will take your license and you will never be a lawyer because LSK ndio inafanya unakuwa na license of practice. So we have many bodies within the judiciary. Okay? And these bodies, kama Judicial Service Commission is very powerful, but not more than LSK. Because LSK can withdraw your certificate of practice or advocate of the High Commission of Oath. Wanaita advocate of Commission of Oath. So utakuwa tu makaratasi, the only thing you can do is go back and teach like Baraza went back to teach in the university, which was good because she's an intellectual. So for me, this is how I view things, Mr. Jakes. This thing is not going anywhere, but they are going to push it. They are going to push it. This is a scare tactic. And I think Madam Mwilu also went through the same thing. They wanted to remove her. I don't remember what she did. What did she do? Mwilu also went through it. There's a time that Mwilu had so many problems and she almost got impeached. What did she do? Can you remind me?
Kulikuwa na some charges against her, but let me get them for you.
Yeah, there were some charges that were leveled against her. And you know what? The 7 bench judges understood that once we allow one of us to be attacked, even us someday, it will come after us. Because wacha nikwambie, hakuna mtu hajaichukua pesa.
It was a case against graft.
Which I'm telling you that, easy pesa, you know, one of the things you need to do is go bring the Sonko links that alikuwa ameweka wapi kwa Facebook, if they are still there. Because he was ganged and told to delete them. And you see how the judges were talking with Nani. Wanamwambia 330 million, we will protect you. And you know, Sonko was pushing it and he was giving them that money. And you could understand how the middlemen of these judges speak with the judge, na wana speak with huyu, na mwisho vile pesa inapelekwa. And that's why one judge was found with so much money in what? in his bedroom, in his house, because you can't take that money to where? You can't take it to the bank. You will be questioned. How did you get this money? And that is why we are still questioning. Wanasema there's one judge in the Supreme Court who has bought 3 houses in Lavington within a year. Okay? So all of them, vile nani amesema, need to go. But the problem is, if they go, then you could, now we have captured the Supreme Court, because who is going to form a commission and to appoint again? It is Ruto. So you could have given Ruto a silver platter now kuchukua the Supreme Court yote. Once umechukua Supreme Court yote, sasa hii ingine haina shida. That is my worry, that we must protect the sanctity of the court.
All right.
That's why they are fighting to make sure that the chairman of LSK is aligned to the government. For the first time, umeona any president akiingilia elections za LSK. Now, Ruto's hand is there because he understands that independent, Ruto can choose those people and finish, and waone it was not honestly that the way things were done were not right. And then LSK can decide to withdraw their certificate and make again the Supreme Court vacant. So it's a battle that we are going to see, that if Ruto decides that battle, I think it will be one of the worst battles that we have in Kenya. But Ruto is determined that the Supreme Court is going to be his. Thank you.
All right. Before we even wrap your part, kuna another part the courts I'm about to bring. Of course, it appeared in today's dailies, but maybe you're asking, what are we discussing? Listening to this, but now at a different version.
A petitioner has moved to the Judicial Service Commission seeking to have Chief Justice Martha Koome immediately removed from office. In his petition, Michael Kojo Otieno alleges that Chief Justice Martha Koome has failed to exhibit respect for the rule of law, failed to comply with the law, and has failed to act in a manner that promotes public confidence after allegedly appointing excess members to the Tax Appeal Tribunal in May last year. According to the petitioner, the Chief Justice is unfit to hold office for the alleged unlawful and unconstitutional appointments. KTN's David Mudoka starts us off.
In May 2023, Chief Justice Martha Koome appointed some 22 persons to serve as members of the Tax Appeal Tribunal for 3 years. 9 months later, the appointments have come back to haunt the country's 15th Chief Justice through a petition filed before the Judicial Service Commission. According to the petitioner, Michael Kojo Otieno, who is a human rights activist, Chief Justice Martha Koome went against the law while making the appointments and thus is unfit to hold the office of the Chief Justice of Kenya. Otieno argues in his petition that while the Tax Appeal Tribunal Amendment Act 2022 states that the Tax Appeal Tribunal shall consist of a chairperson and not less than 15 but not more than 20 other members, Martha Koome failed to comply with the act by appointing 22 members. For appointing 2 more persons than the required maximum number, Otieno is convinced that Chief Justice Martha Koome failed to exhibit respect for the rule of law, failed to comply with the law, and failed to act in a manner that promotes public confidence. The petitioner further states that Koome failed to conduct herself in a manner that promotes honest, dignified, and impeccable manner, discriminated against persons who applied at the Tax Appeal Tribunal as members, and burdened Kenyan taxpayers with 2 members who are not budgeted for.
It came to my attestation that on 10th May 2023, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya did not comply with the provisions, express clear provisions from prima facie evidence on recruitment of members at the Tax Appeal Tribunal. Whereas the powers which had been conferred upon the Chief Justice, she relied on an old law instead of a new law.
Otieno believes that it is of utmost urgency that the Judicial Service Commission, which interestingly is chaired by Koome herself, removes her, failure to which there will be disastrous implications for the rule of law. Otieno further states that if the petition is not immediately ventilated and necessary orders made, the damage or harm will be of an immediate, incalculable, and irreversible nature.
Code is intended to establish standards of ethical conduct of judicial officers to be applied consistently with constitutional requirement. That is a legislation from Parliament, hence makes her unfit to hold public office.
The Judicial Service Commission is now expected to consider the petition to see whether it disclosed a ground for the CJ's removal. If it doesn't, the petition will be thrown away, but if it does, the JSC will be required to send the petition to President William Ruto, who within 14 days has to suspend the Chief Justice and former tribunal chaired by the Speaker of the National Assembly to investigate her. The tribunal is expected to do the investigations expeditiously and present a report with binding recommendations to the head of state. The president has to act in accordance with the recommendations, and if the Chief Justice is aggrieved with the decision of the tribunal, they have 10 days to appeal at the Supreme Court from the day the recommendations were made by the tribunal.
So we are ready as a judiciary to open ourselves for this introspection and to see who is failing in their duty.
All eyes will now be fixated on the Judicial Service Commission to see what decision it makes regarding the petition for the removal from office of Chief Justice Martha Koome, considering no Chief Justice has ever been bundled out of office before. David Muthoka, K.
All right. So that's what we are looking at, ladies and gentlemen. And equally, I see many of you are watching us. Asante sana for being part of this show. Naona Rally Mo ako ndani na pia wengi ambao wanatuma ujumbe zao. Thank you so much for being part of this show and this great conversation. To join us, there is a link hapo kwa comment section. Hiyo ndio link inakutuma moja kwa moja hadi StreamYard, the yard that we are using to have this show, right? So what do you do? Una click enter. Ukiclick enter, itakulazimu uandike jina, si lazima iwe jina official, alafu uwashe kamera, uwashe mic, ziko activated kwa hiyo StreamYard, so sikuwe na wasiwasi, and then you click enter. Ukiclick enter unajikuta uko hapa mbashara. Alright, karibu sana wewe ambaye unatutazama na ungependa pia maoni yako yasikike. Zaidi ya yote pia unaweza tuma ujumbe hapo kwa comment section, unaweza pia participate kupitia kutuma ujumbe. Maoni yako ni yapi ya kulingana na yale ambayo tuna discuss? What do you see? What do you agree with the removal of office, the petition that has been filed against Martha Koome? What do you think about it? Who stands to benefit? Why her? Why now? Right? Sawa sawa, wacha tuendelee wadau. Niko karibu kuleta kitu kingine, lakini before hata sija discuss who is okay, yes, Mr. G.
Before bring the next topic, I just wanted to comment on this topic, this video, the clip ambao umecheza sahi. Because the clip nikisikiza vizuri, I see a hand of this government in it. I see a hand of president. I see a hand of this UDA group, and I'm starting to speculate that they can do it. Watumie mtu wazimio ndo wasionekane kwa ni hao wana push this thing, because I have listened to that clip. Now I really see the hand of these people on that clip. Yeah, so what I'm trying to say ni kuwa wanaweza tumia that mbinu to frustrate this woman. But I still will go back to what I said. I agree exactly with what Alex said, because when they are taken out, they are taken out, all of them will fall victim in the hands of Ruto. Na hapo tutaumia sana. And that's why my first statement was that today I don't want to be harsh on this woman. I want to be soft on this woman. Because I know that everything that is happening is Ruto anataka kuintimidate ili acapture this judiciary, na kisha capture sisi tunaenda kuumia kabisa. That's why I said I have to be soft today, because I know what will happen, but I'm seeing his hand again in this clip.
All right. Before I show you who is Michael Kojo Otieno, and where I think I first saw him, of course, he has been a human activist, but kuna mahali alicause some drama. I'll be playing that for a while, but still matters court. Today in the Standard this morning, we were to look at this. IBC wameambiwa lazima waundwe. The court deals Raila major blow. Uh, this is what the papers were saying, that a key recommendation of talks between President Ruto and opposition chief whip Raila Odinga could be rendered dead in the waters after the High Court ordered for the immediate recruitment of the electoral commissioners, emphasizing the need to obey the constitution and noting that the talks did not have backing of the law. First of all, hiyo statement peke yake inafanya kazi yoyote yenye Kalonzo alifanya kuwa dead on arrival. Alex, what do you make of this, that IBC imeambiwa iwe reconstituted with immediate effect despite NADCO ikisema kuwe na a change from 7 to 9? What do you make of it?
No, from the day one,
Mm-hmm.
I was in the sister channel, and I'm the only one on the panel who said, I don't want these talks. They will not go anywhere. Because the first one was bipartisan. The second one was sijui ni national dialogue. Sasa ndio Kalonzo akaingia kwanza. The first one was kina Kinda Molo and others walikuwa huko. Wakashindwa the first one. Then the second one, so Ruto was buying time. And Ruto is a shrewd politician. And I don't know how nani alimconvince, Kalonzo alimconvince. So Baba is desperate to keep Azimio together because of the Kamba votes. So akapea Kalonzo to go and talk about it. But we all knew hii kitu haiendi anywhere. So the NADCO report is the most useless report, or the commission is the most useless that we have ever had. And nakwambia huko Kalonzo alikula pesa nyingi sana. Kalonzo might have come there with even more than 300 million. Okay? Because Kalonzo practically is one politician who never knew how to make money in that government. You know, I came to know kumbe hata Mudavadi alimshinda, because Mudavadi zile pesa alisema ako nayo ni za uongo, because Mudavadi owns a lot of aircraft, na hizo ndio zilikuwa zinasaidia during CORD. Ilikuwa unaonanga yani CORD had a high power voltage campaign. Kila mtu alikuwa na ndege yake, na ndege ilikuwa inaingishwa nini, gari ilikuwa na magari hizi kubwa V12 zinaingishwa huko.
The guy said he's worth 4 billion.
He said he's worth 4 billion, but I think you multiply that times 3. He didn't want to look like nobody can ever say what is worth. Anasema tu pesa yenye imeingia kwa akaunti yake. But I think Mudavadi is worth more than 12 billion. Unaelewa? So Kalonzo alipoenda huko kuongea, ulikuwa unaona hata aka katoto kadogo kanatoka Mombasa, anaitwa Nasir ama anaitwa nani? This young boy who is in Ayala, who has always wanted to be the governor of Mombasa, mwenye alishindwa. Hassan Omar. You see how Hassan Omar was disrespecting all the time. Na Ichungwa disrespecting who? Kalonzo. So the NADCO report, you can't tell me about the NADCO report. That thing was dead on arrival. And I told many people, I mean, who is going to discuss that? And you know, it got Nani very mad, Martha Karua. And Martha Karua knows that and if he's not under the feet of Baba, he's going to be useless. So she's forced to be with Baba. Because without Baba, Martha Karua anaenda wapi? The politics of Central is within the hands of Rigathi Gachagua, Maina Njenga, And probably those are the two. If I see from where I sit. Unaelewa? So there's no way we can talk about the NATCO report. And secondly, everything we wanted, including the cost of living, was never put there. Whatever we were agitating for, hakuna kitu iliwekwa kwa hiyo NATCO report. You can imagine. I don't know why it was given to Raila. I don't know why he read it. I don't know why he took it to parliament. That was an embarrassment kwa huyu mzee wetu. And when you talk like that in some channels, people think that you are joking. You know, we read first, and then we comment. We are not emotional people. Because there are some things, you know, in a country, you don't come, unasema, Ruto must go. You know, you come with a strategy. You know, like right now where we have reached, maandamano itakuwa maandamano kubwa. Either we win or we lose forever. And hata maandamano tulikuwa tunaenda, hatukuwa na strategy, ni mamawe tumebeba. You know, maandamano watu wa Egypt na Sudan walikuwa wanafanya, wanatoka msikiti, that means on Sunday mkitoka church, nyinyi wote, kila mtu ako KICC huko nje, ama somewhere that they block the whole city.
Yes.
You block the whole city. Alafu munakaa huko hata kama iko siku ngapi. Hata tiaga asifanye nini. Msitoroke. And then the world media will come in. It's a strategy. We don't have strategies when we are doing maandamano. We need to have maandamano strategy. Maandamano nayo inakuja. It will, because the way the country is going. But the question is, do we have a strategy of doing the way the people of Sudan walifanya? Remember, what made Mugabe go is when all these people converged there and refused to go home. Sisi tunataka tuende, ikifika jioni turudi nyumbani. That's not maandamano. That's picketing. Unaelewa? So kitu nasema ni the NADCO report, wachana hata kuongea nayo. That's a useless thing. It's not a report to talk about.
Mr. G, the blow to Raila Odinga kwa sababu hiyo NADCO report ilikuwa inasema waongeze from 7 to 9 na it is one of the reasons bado hatujachagua IEBC, but court imesema, you know what, with immediate effect, immediately the IEBC should be reconstituted. This is stories juu tunangoja nini, because of a year plus tumekuwa tukingoja IEBC and it seems
read the whole statement because inasema kwenda chini, otherwise we are going to have what, a constitutional crisis.
Yes, which we think we already are in, because how do you explain that over a whole year plus?
Why now? Why are they saying it now? Because there's a person who was found culpable somewhere in northeastern. He was supposed to be recalled because we do not have an IEBC. They couldn't go to court, so the person continued to serve as an MP.
We still have what do we call this? We still have elections that are pending. They haven't happened because we don't have an IEBC. So some people are being denied the right to be represented because of lack of IEBC. So the courts, I think, are right on this one. I agree with the courts that truly we shouldn't suffer, or rather Kenyans shouldn't be taken hostage because of a report that one, as the court is saying, let me reflect that newspaper again. The court is saying that this report by the Kalonzo and team, that it lacked any backing of the law. So in any case, if anyone was to challenge the NADCO report, he would win because it will be declared unconstitutional because of lacking a law that backs it up. So in any case, this is what was the recommendation from the High Court, is that with immediate effect, recruitment of electoral commissioners should take place. Mr. G, what do you make of this? Because it gives the work that Kalonzo did, it sends it to inakuwa rubbished, and by the end of the day
Jeff, this was embarrassment, na tumekuambia pa mara mingi this NADCO report was embarrassment to Baba. In fact, mpaka sasa bado nashangaa why is it that Baba hajajitokeza kabisa akasema mimi na disown this report. This was an embarrassment kwa sababu kitu ya kwanza in the report wanaongelea kuhusu mambo ya seat ya opposition leader. Hiyo ndio vitu ambavyo wanaongelea, no cost of living, nothing. Alafu pia imagine sahi hatuna IBC. Hatuna au strong au commissioners hawako, which even me I agree with court that we need these people urgently. We need them urgently. But the problem is how will they choose? That's the only problem that I have. Kwa sababu hapa kumbuka nani Ruto akawa amekuja na mbio sana akitaka watu wachagulie. Alikuja na mbio sana na mimi nilikuwa najua kwa anakuja kuweka watu wake. Baba alipinga kwa sababu baba alijua huyu mtu anakuja kuweka watu wake. That's why akasema no. We need to have what we call inaitwa public participation. Kila mtu ahusike. That's what Baba was crying for. Yeah. But now on this NADCO report, this was a shame. Na mpaka leo nashangaa kama bado anaketi akifikiria kwa anataka kufuatana na hii kitu. Hii kitu imetuletea aibu, tena aibu kubwa sana. We were not supposed kuendelea na hiyo kitu. In fact Kalonzo messed na pale alienda akaonyeshwa aibu na watu ambao Mr. Alex ametaja. Somebody kama huyu nani huyo Msomali, huyo Muislamu, jina lake napotea, Hassan Omar alipewa tiketi na huyu Kalonzo, but look at how he intimidated him mbele ya watu, anamuongesha kama mtoto mbele ya watu, and this is the person ambaye alikuwa deputy president wa this country na ni mtu ambaye ni mkubwa kwake, ametumia pati yake. So what I'm saying ni kuwa NADCO report, it was a shame on our side kama Azimio, haikutusaidia, imetuletea tu maibu mingi, na baba tena kuendelea kusema kwa ati ana support hiyo NADCO report, anaendelea kujaibisha. Hiyo kitu angekuwa amesha disown karibu kabisa kitambo sana. On the issue of IBC, we need IBC urgently, kwa sababu in case anything happens sahi, itakuwa just in case, okay, we are not praying that something happens wrong, but in case anything happens ambayo inahitaji IBC haraka urgently, tutafanya nini? Tutakuwa in a very big mess. So this is a thing ambayo inafaa ifanyiwe haraka sana. Yeah.
And there's something that Justice Mugure Dhande said, because he's the one who issued this ruling. This is a quote direct from the ruling. He said that compliance with the Constitution should not be suspended for the sake of political expediency. In fact, he says this intervention is therefore justified, more so because the talks, the NADCO report and the talks that were happening therein are not anchored in either the Constitution or the law. So therein already washaambiwa stories zote muli discuss, any recommendation muli make, one, they were not anchored in the law or in the Constitution. So in any case, in simple words, they have already declared the NADCO team and their report null and void. But pia anasema ya kwamba that constitutional compliance should never be suspended for any for the sake of political expediency. In short, hizi siasa zote zilikuwa zina happen, they shouldn't affect IEBC. From where you sit, Alex, is this a very sound judgment?
It was, because honestly, because and that's why I told you, when you are a good judge, people will know, and people will appreciate you, because he said this NADCO report. Let me characterize it in the way that he put it as a judge. NADCO report is not in the law. It's not anchored in the Constitution. It shouldn't be what we are waiting in order to have what IEBC. It is overdue. So look what he's saying, that there are some things that they are not in the law, neither are they in the Constitution. They are just for political expediency. The adding of the seats come as opposition. It does not help us in any way. I mean, when we decided that now we are going for talks, Baba alituambia we are going to talks for the sake of the standard of living has gone high. He convinced us that. So we are allowed him to go because the cost of living yenyewe ilikuwa imeenda juu, and if there is something he can do to sacrifice, aongee na huyu jamaa arudishe subsidies, it's okay. But they never got that. If he knew it, they never got that. Why did he allow it to go to parliament? And now, Jana, they made another declaration that they are going back to do what? To petition for the cost of living. They are going to lose again because it's neither anchored in the law or in the constitution. The government has, the executive has its own role, unfortunately.
Yes.
And we have our own role. Our role is to interpret the law the way it is. And how he interpreted it was a classical way that he convinces all Kenyans that, look, this is it. Political expediency ishe, kitu tunataka ni nini? IEBC. Right away. So hiyo maneno ya tisa, sijui ni. Unajua hii maneno ya kuongeza vyeo, sometimes inaniudhi kwa sababu saa ingine amwangalii the lowest person at the bottom. So for me, I echo that judge. He has convinced me, and I think his ruling was wise, and it should be followed immediately. And I hope the government had him.
Yeah, I think this topic we have looked at it before with you, Mr. G, and I think Alex, you are there. IEBC by now ought to have begun the process of delimitation of boundaries. We ought to have either new constituencies or reduction of the same. That hasn't begun. Yeah, so already we are at that position where we are saying a lot imesimama kwa sababu ya IEBC. But I have a question for you, Alex and Mr. G. The first one is this. Uhuru Kenyatta waited to appoint the Cherera 4. Alingoja sana. We stayed for quite some time with only 3, all right? With only 3 commissioners, Mr. Chebukati and the other 2. And then few months to the election, that's when Cherela came in. Could this equally be a tactic? Because somehow, some may argue Cherela 4 had an agenda, whether positive or negative. They had an agenda. Could this equally inform an agenda of 2027? Why waste time? Why take this long and then maybe appoint in a rush? Then these people will not have time to prepare. They will not have time to familiarize themselves with so much in the IEBC, and then eventually turn it to a shambled election, and then a president aingie tu tena hivyo hivyo. Could this also equally be a tactic for 2027?
I don't think it's a tactic. There's no tactic there. You know, forming IEBC is not easy. And Ruto knows that is a hot button. But now that he has been given the silver platter to form it, immediately, now it's going to be easy because the cost pronouncement, and that's why they say blow. You know, the word blow to Raila is because he needed time so that we go maybe in the form of IPPG. I don't know if you guys remember how we negotiated the IPPG.
Yeah.
And we ended up winning the 2002 elections. Okay. Ruto understands this thing. He's not going to allow that form of negotiation whereby the IEBC is going to be a neutral IEBC. And that's why he forced, he forced literally this Terera 4 to write resignation letter. He told them to write resignation letter because he can't fire them. And they were stupid. There's one woman who refused totally until he was taken to court. I don't know if he's still there. The court made him.
No, she was removed. Irene Masit alitolewa kitambo.
No, but she tried. She made, sometimes you try, you push it. Instead of being, you rather get fired than to resign for no apparent reason. Otherwise, you had your job when unaanza pata, because these are people who are already having career somewhere. It's not like they don't have money. Unaelewa? So Irene Masit, yeye alipigana. So in this case, that ruling, it is classic. Unfortunate thing is that what's going to happen is we are going to have Ruto IEBC. There is no IBC we are going to have that is not Ruto's IBC right now as we talk. And Ruto has prepared himself for 2027 in the rightest way. And that's why you see people are running to court right and left. There's so many petitions that have been put in court in just the last 3 weeks. So the only thing that remains for Baba right now, and we told him he did not listen for a very long time. You know, sometimes there's something called political blasphemy, whereby we keep on saying Baba is right. If it tells you your wife is pregnant, you rather start buying Sijuni. That's nonsense. We are human. We err. And when people make mistakes, tell them early. We could not have been here if Baba had listened. We had reached a point whereby hata Ruto alikuwa ameanza. Unakumbuka maandamano ya mwisho vile ilienda? Ilikuwa high voltage. Paka watu wa nini wakaogopa sana. The UDA people, they feared. But after we decided to sit down, to a person we refused to debate, that was a big environment. We refused to debate this person in the presidential election. Now we are sitting with him to talk. That's a paradox of embarrassment. Wacha niachie hapo.
All right, Mr. G, your comment on this before we go to the next subject.
You know, just as you said, Jakes, when the four commissioners, the former commissioners, when they came with that delay, you know, walikuja kama people ambao wameletwa na executive to protect executive. So the three remaining ambao alikuwa ni huyu mzee Kipara, huyu Chebukati and the other two walitenga hawa waine. And that's why we have been told that even though they came in as commissioners, but their role were not exactly role ambao walikuwa wawe nayo. Ule mama, the deputy commissioner, he had a role as a deputy commissioner. But alikuwa amepelekwa kule sijui kwa kulinda chai, sijui kugawa chai ama kufanya nini. Wengine anapelekwa, wengine mtu wako kwa IT amepelekwa kwa store kuangalia. And that's why tunaambiwa kwa ballots zilikuwa zinakuja Wednesday, wanaambiwa Tuesday usiku, at ballots zinakuja kesho. You know, walitengwa kabisa kwa sababu ya hiyo delay ambayo ilifanyika. You know, as much as tunapenda Uhuru hakuwa saint. He messed pia, alimess kidogo. Na alifanya vitu ambazo hazikufurahisha. But kulingana na hiyo vitu zote ambazo alifanya, as much as alifanya akamess, when we compare him with this demon ambaye ako sahi, he's the saint. Uhuru is the saint. Tukicompare with this demon ambaye ako sahi. But ukweli ni kuwa Uhuru hakufanya vitu vingi vizuri. So on this issue, vile tu tumesema, Ruto akiamua kuchukua commissioners, atachukua commissioners ambao wanakuja kumsaidia. One, kwa sababu the ground has changed. You know, Ruto managed kushika mioyo za watu as much as alitumia propaganda with the lies, but he managed to convince some people who believe that akija atakuja kusaidia, atakuja to change some issues, atakuja kusaidia and to make a difference more than the former government. But for we who knew Ruto, we knew Ruto as a conman, na tuliwaambia watu kwa huyu mtu ni propaganda anatumia, huyu mtu amejifunika ngozi za kondoo. We told people, but most of our people hakujua. Even some of us and watu wetu ambao walikuwa closer to us walitukataa, wakaenda kwa Ruto kwa sababu ile situation ambayo ilikuwa by that time, wakasema Ruto anakuja kukomboa nchi, Ruto ndo mkombozi wetu. Those are the things ambazo anasema. Kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu ya propaganda na that's lies. Sisi tukaambia mtu
amejificha. No, but tulisema in whose hands were we safe?
In whose hands are we safe? Hiyo ni mambo ambayo nani alisema. Huyu ni nani? Huyu mzee wa tumbo huyu. Huyu mzee wa tumbo anaitwa ngaji? Atoli. Yeah, Atoli is the one who he's the one who told us in whose hands were we safe. Kumbe mtu atakuwa ni mjinga tu. Anatudanganya. Aliona nini kwanza? Ikampeleka mpaka kukaa huyo mtu. Naenda akanatuambia tukate miti. You see. So what I was saying ni kuwa as much as Uhuru alimess kiasi in that his government, tukikombea government ya Uhuru na ya huyu, government ya Uhuru iko in a better place than this government, this guy ameendelea ku run the government with corruption, anaendelea ku run the government with with lies na propaganda, na bado anafikiria kuwa ata deliver our country. He will never deliver our country.
All right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being part of this awesome conversation that always happens here at Afrique 24. Hii show, hey, huwa inakuwa moto sometimes kwa sababu ya nyinyi wadau kuingia kuparticipate na kuifanya jinsi ilivyo. I see many ambao wanatutazama kina Gudia Penya Gaka na Larimo na wengine wengi na wengi ambao mnatutazama wote. Asante sana kwa kuwa part of this great conversation that we are having. Tumediscuss vitu kibao, but zaidi ya yote, let us hear your feedback hapo kwa comment section. What is your take in all that is happening? All right, what is your take? What is
Something I
your
want to
take?
say before we go to the next. You know,
Yes, yes, yes.
that delay was the
Mm-hmm.
worst thing that we ever made, because in that
Yes, yes.
delay, the three
Mm-hmm.
did everything they could to make sure Ruto
Mm-hmm.
becomes the president. Remember,
Uh-huh.
Chebukati had defied to open the server, and therefore it was
Mm-hmm.
an electoral felony. So had Raila
Mm-hmm.
won and Chebukati been taken to court, he could have gone to jail for many years. So in that
Mm-hmm.
delay, in that vacuum of those people, hao walijipanga, because remember there
Mm-hmm.
was Chebukati ako town na akina Uhuru, they had a function, then anatoka kuwa nimepigiwa simu ati makaratasi imefika airport. You remember that incident? Do you remember that
Mm-hmm.
incident where the
Yes, yes, yes.
Chebukati tells them that I didn't know zinafika leo. Then he goes to the airport to pick up the paper. Those are the papers that made us lose. Na nakwambia, those are things we spoke and we told Chebukati arudishe hizo makaratasi mahali zimetoka. Asiende kuchukua, Chebukati asiende airport, return to sender. Azimio ikusikia. And hizo vitu zinanikasirisha because as strategists, these people used to listen Mtembei. And even now they listen to what you. And that's why, most of these things are happening, because they take some of these things and they go do. Like nilipiga kelele that ODM, fanya registration of your people so that when you uko na register, you know that this is the people we have already. And then go to the second recruitment, fanya, then do. Lakini sasa they were cherry picking. They take the smallest one instead of taking the big one. Hiyo makaratasi wakina Cherera 4 wakikuja, kila kitu ilikuwa imepangwa, imeisha.
Mm-hmm.
So they were in sequential.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we can go the next one. Naona umeweka Sifuna hapo, nimeogopa hiyo debate niliona ya Sifuna. Ilikuwa kali sana.
All
Ruto is a
right, I
liar.
see Samuel Thiambo ako ndani na wengi ambao wana participate. Now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being part of this. We are going to the next part of the stage of the show. We have done, I think, 1 hour and a half. Now we go to the next part of the show. Now, here we look at what happened today in the morning. Today in the morning, one Mr. Edwin Sifuna, the senator, hey, it's like nampandisha ngazi mapema. The senator from Nairobi today did something that trend. He is trending at number, let me tell you, he's trending at number what? Just one moment. Just one moment, ladies and gentlemen. Niko karibu kupata kila kitu hapa. All right. Sifuna is trending, yes. He's trending, him together with Farah Maalim, together with Pokomo, because of what the other guys who are with him in the show are saying. So Sifuna is trending at top 10. He's trending at top 10. Yes, yes, he is trending at top 10 kwa sababu leo Sifuna amefanya ile kitu. Of course, Sakaja as well is equally trending, but Sifuna is trending at number 3 with over 25,000 posts. Now, why is Sifuna trending? Because even here we look at what is trending, what is making news. Now, listen to the confrontation that happened today in the morning show. The confrontation was quite intense, and some people were taken to school of argument and how best to do it. Let's listen in even as we participate in this conversation. To join us as well, it's not restricted to us three. You can use the link sent to you up on the comment section. The link appears to you kupitia StreamYard. Hapo ukiingia StreamYard unaandika jina Asha Mike, una click enter, unajikuta kwa studio. You don't really have to speak in English. You don't really have to speak eloquently. You don't even need to speak like us. Speak like you. Why? Hii ni show yako, all right? You don't have to be from any side of the divide. Unaweza kuwa neutral. Unaweza kuwa mse wa Kenya Kwanza, unaweza kuwa mse wa Azimio, but mwisho wa siku show hii, show yako. What did Sifuna do? Listen in. Sifuna leo amefanya watu ile kitu, and si rahisi kufanywa ile kitu kwa show, but leo wadau, this man Sifuna, he's trending at number 3 for this part of the show. Listen in.
People who don't participate in debates, and is trying to conflict my decision to reject or to not to sit there and listen to Ruto's lies during the presidential debate. And do you know what? No. Even during that presidential debate, nobody is allowed to speak.
I think
just let me finish.
Let me finish. Parliamentary.
Yes, we are not in parliament. How can we be parliamentary? We are on TV. We are not in parliament. King is not here to protect you. We have to speak the way we speak. This is not parliament. I can say. Who says I cannot say? This is not your show. It is his show. Let him be the one to tell me what I can say and what I cannot say. Let me finish. I'll finish, and then you'll address me. Let me finish first.
But you cannot call people.
Let me finish first.
How can you say this is a lie?
It is the English language. If something is not true, it's called a lie. This is not parliament.
In my custom, you don't talk to elders or people.
Pokomo custom. We are not here under Pokomo customary law. We are not here under Pokomo customary law.
Talk with respect. Talk with respect.
What I want to say here.
This is not a public rally of audience. You can't come here and start calling the president lies.
If you want us to operate, the president is not a Pokomo. The president is not a Pokomo. He's not an elder.
He's
not an elder.
Okay, Mungatana hold.
No, Sifuna, he should respect people.
Agree.
You can't come and say the president is telling lies.
It is lies.
If people are older than you, if people are older than you, please address them with decorum. This is not a public rally.
Agreed. Decorum, yes.
Let me tell you, you did not call us here under Pokomo customary law.
Correct.
So let him take Pokomo customary law back to Garsen. I was not going to sit and listen to Ruto's lies as an elected official, so I chose to stay away from that debate. But
I'm saying,
the point that I am making,
you need
in
to
terms
deliberately
of
correct the way we use our language here. We are before the public.
Yes, you will answer that. Yes, go ahead.
The president is a liar. I can say it 100 times, and I can demonstrate it to you. And I did it before Parliament, and explained the points made that were not factual. It is unanswered.
Not factual is not the same as lies.
Not factual is lies.
It is not.
Hold on. Let the younger gentleman hold on. Let's listen.
No, let me finish. I had not finished. I'm being heckled. I had not finished. I had not finished. And this is the tactic they want to use for me not to make my point. Let me finish. Let me finish. I will finish. If you don't want me to come to this show, you can tell me. You can have these Pokomo elders come and praise the president all they want. But when I am here, I will speak. Because it is not Mungatana that invited me here. It is you. Now, when it comes to the question of public participation, he said that, he didn't see Sifuna appearing at public participation. I'm not a member of the public. The public participation is for people to speak openly about programs that are being run by people in the legislature and people in the executive. Yes. So that by the time it comes, my turn will come. My turn will come when the bill comes to the House for me to debate. I don't want to go into a public participation, hog all the limelight as an elected member, have my view.
Oh my.
It's muted now.
Can you still see? Sorry, I don't know what happened to my screen.
No, just to be honest,
this is a public rally of audience. You can't come here and start calling the president lies.
If you want us to operate, the president is not a Pokomo. The president is not a Pokomo. He's not an elder.
He's not
an elder. Okay, Mungatana, hold on.
No, Sifuna He should respect people.
Agree.
You can't come and say the president is telling lies.
It
is if people are older than you, if people are older than you, please address them with decorum. This is not a public rally.
Agreed. Decorum. Yes.
Let me tell you, Trevor, you did not call us here under Pokomo customary law.
Correct.
So let him take Pokomo customary law back to Garsen. I was not going to sit and listen to Ruto's lies as an elected official. So I chose to stay away from that debate.
So
but
I'm saying,
the point that I am
you need yes, you will answer that. Yes, go ahead.
The president is a liar. I can say it 100 times, and I can demonstrate it to you. And I did it before Parliament, and explained the points that were not factual.
This is
answered.
Not factual is not the same as lies.
Not factual is lies.
It is not.
Hold on. Let the younger gentleman hold on. Let's listen.
No, let me finish. I had not finished. I'm being heckled. I had not finished. I had not finished. And this is the tactic they want to use. Let me finish. Let me finish. I will finish. If you don't want me to come to this show, you can tell me. You can have these Pokomo elders come and praise the president all they want. But when I am here, I will speak because it is not Mugatana that invited me here. It is you.
Okay.
Now, when it comes to the question of public participation, he said that he didn't see Sifuna appearing at public participation. I'm not a member of the public. The public programs are run by people in the legislature and people in the executive. Yes. So that by the time it comes, my turn will come. My turn will come when the bill comes to the House for me to debate. I don't want to go into a public participation, hog all the limelight as an elected member, have my views precede the views of other people, ordinary people. This is a forum that has been created for ordinary people. That is why, Trevor, when the question of BBI went before the courts, do you remember the court saying that the president is not a person who can initiate a constitutional amendment because of his position in society? So these people who go to public participations, you are an elected senator, you are an elected member of parliament, you go there with people in buses, you have brought your own people to pay them and to try and shape
Jex, why don't you just remove this clip? We saw it, we can debate. It has hanged. Jex, toy clip, we saw it. It has hanged now. I can't see anything.
himself. He'll find he's the one bringing cement. You'll find he's the one bringing the construction steel. And some of these people, they are just talking here. When the truth about this housing project comes out, all of these people will be put to shame. So let us not be gagged. Let us speak freely because that is what the Constitution guarantees us. Well, you'll not be threatened.
Can I say something? First of all, Trevor, we are before the public. We are not in a public rally here. It is proper for us to respectfully address each other and respectfully address those who are realized.
But you can say that.
It's not
that is the Constitution. Guarantees freedom of speech, and the limitations are there.
This kind
if Raila tells a lie, you can say this is a lie.
That's not right. It's not right. And this reflects the generational issues in this leadership. You know, there are people who have no restraint whatsoever. No restraint whatsoever. They talk like they are in their bedroom or their streets. It is wrong. When we are talking to your elders, you talk with respect.
You elders, what have you done for this country? You have messed this country for the other generations. You are not people to speak.
And I want to say this.
You are not people to speak. You have messed this country. Kuliwaka moto leo. Quick one. What do you make of that argument, Mr. Alex? Trend. Pokomo in a trend. Farah Malima in a trend. Sifuna at number 3.
You know, I was watching that live in the morning. I don't know, for some reason, I don't know if you did the newspaper review. For some reason, I woke up and I didn't see you doing the review. So I waited until the show started, and because I saw Mungatana and
People, this is a forum that.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Again. So
go ahead. Sorry. Imagine.
Sifuna is not a guy you can argue with. You know, there are so many things he told Mungatana kama mtoto. Say, why do you say the president is lying? Akamwambia, because it's an English language. You know, Mungatana should understand that this is not parliament, because he said he should use parliamentary language. You know, this is Nakamwambia, this is not where King protects you guys and pushes us out when we are saying the truth. I think these people are yani wamekuwa pacified, kupembelezwa in parliament, that they can't argue substantively. Unaelewa? So Mungatana knows very well the president is lying in terms of the levies, because and he told him the truth. The contractor atakuwa contractor, atakuwa supplier, atakuwa kila kitu huko, lakini watu wanafanya kazi ni watu wa mkono. So akamuuliza mpaka, where do you take the graduates? That's not job creation at all. These things are going to benefit your cronies, which is very true. Mungatana did not do his homework very well when he came into this debate. This is not a debate you can debate with anybody. In our people that come in the morning show like Kaluma, they will deconstruct you completely, because once you go to UDA, kichwa inasimama, it stops working, because you unataka kutetea president even when the whole country, including UDA members, have refused the housing levy. If you look at the statistics at what wamekata, that thing called housing levy, it's 90% and above. Which means even the UDA people are within that, in the constraints of saying this is wrong. So who is Mungatana to come now? He starts saying, respect your elders. In my Pokomo culture, you know, and Sifuna told him, this is not a Pokomo culture. Na akaambia Trevor vizuri, if this is concerned with the Pokomo culture, go bring Pokomo elders to discuss these issues with you. You know, at that time, Trevor was shivering actually, because the temperature had gone too. Yeah, Sifuna was on fire, but alikuwa amefanya temperature ikaenda juu kidogo. So what I'm saying is this: Sifuna said everything correctly. The president is a lie, and he can demonstrate it, and he has demonstrated where it in the parliament. And you know the many things that the president has lied. We know it. Tutatenga, tutafanya, and some of these things. And today they went back to Mumias. They last month they went to Mumias. 6 months ago they went to Mumias, but it's still not working. Isn't it a lie? So every time you go, the other time they walienda mpaka na wakina Tuoli, kila leader alikuwa. Was it 1 month or 2 months ago? Si walisema hii factory within Monday inaanza kufanya kazi. It didn't. So the president, I'm just saying the last thing that the president lied. Then anasema, anadanganya workers kuwa watu wanapeleka sugar factory kuwa tuende huku ndani tukue na meeting. So I thought, because alisema anawapea public money, lakini later sijui nini na nini na nini. So the people expected to be paid because asema niko na pesa. But the people went home without money. Isn't he a liar? So we are just saying the last thing he lied that we saw yesterday. We don't even want to go back. You know, you cannot. Then he starts bringing in the Pokomo culture. Where does that come in? We are talking of issues of a national need. Sifuna has his own culture too. Trevor has his own culture. Trevor is a Luo. Sifuna is a Bukusu. I don't even know Garsen wanaongea language gani. Maybe nani ataniambia. They all, everybody has his own culture. So he said, in our culture, you have, you know, and that's why he goes say, Trevor, if you want us to discuss about culture, go bring the Pokomo elders. You discuss that. But we are here to discuss issue of a national issue. And I think when Mungatana went back home and watched this clip, he must be very embarrassed. And next time, even because he told him, this is not parliament where King protects you guys. This is not parliament. You know, Mungatana thought that was parliament. Yani alipeleka hii kitu on the other side, Sifuna on the other side. You know, when you think it's a parliament, but it's a debate, and that debate, like Jex, we are not in parliament here. We are a Freak 24 show, isn't it? Should I tell my friend here, Nani, anaitwa nani, Mr. G, use parliamentary language? I can't tell him that because we are not in parliament. Aanza kuniambia in our Vihiga culture. Who cares about Vihiga? I will never even go there. I've never been there. Maybe I've passed through there. So I think Mungatana was out of order, and I think he should be embarrassed. And I think mimi nikikuwa Trevor, ningemtoa kidogo kwa hiyo show because it was pure embarrassment. Let me stop it now.
Mr. G, Nani was firing from all cylinders. Mr. Sifuna, the senator for Nairobi, he was not afraid to make one Senator Mungatana for Tana River be shaking all over. What do you make of it? Was he out of line? Who was out of line? Sifuna, Mungatana? Because ilikuwa moto ban.
In this country, we need people like Sifuna. You know, people who can speak the truth, people who are bold to say something the way it is. You know, in this country, these UDA guys, wameishi in fear, wamekuwa intimidated with the Ruto, wamekuwa captured with the Ruto, so they have to praise Ruto every time to survive in that cabinet, ama in that parliament, ama in that seat ambayo amepewa, yani nafasi ambayo amepewa. Listen to what Wamchomba said. Wamchomba said that by that time he stood against that bill, ile financial bill, hapo ndo alianza kuwa rejected. You see, that is when alianza kupitia rejection from that people. Hata hawezi songa kwa president tena. Those people who surrounds the president hawezi taka kuongea naye. Now listen to what Sifuna was saying. He told them that he never went to listen. He didn't want to listen to those lies. Na no kweli, look at that statement ambayo hiyo siku ilikuwa ni address ya parliament ya. Wakati alikuwa anaongea, listen to those lies alikuwa anatuambia. Somebody ame coach mtu sijui from Kisii, sijui from wapi, sijui from Mombasa, sijui wapi. Anakuja anatuambia ati ni hustler funds amesave sijui 700,000+, but he cannot buy a tuk-tuk of only 200,000 ama 300,000. He need help from the same president. Those are the lies ambazo Sifuna kwa anasema hataki kwenda kusikia. Na it's true, this guy has been lying. In the same address akatuambia kwa it is the government of Uhuru ambayo ilipeleka unga to 230, and yet tunajua kabisa unga haikuwa ifika 200 under Uhuru. Unga ilifika only 150, na akarudisha wakati alikuwa anatoka, akarudisha mpaka ikafika 100. But they are coming here wanatudanganya, wakitaka kuchanganya akili za watu, wanasema under Uhuru unga ilifika 230. Those are the lies alikuwa anaongea, and that's why Sifuna anasema hakutaka kwenda kusikia, na ni ukweli. He was just talking lies. So we need bold people like Sifuna who can tell people ukweli. And this is where we can, and if we want to heal in our country, we need to speak the truth. And that's why I love Africa 24, because watu tunaongea ukweli. Na mtu akileta ujinga tunamwambia analeta ujinga.
Lakini uzuri hapa we allow Pokomo elders to come in. but when you look at this, the engagement was so heated. Mbaka akamwambia you know what, ukitaka hii story wewe wase wa Pokomo ungewaleta, alafu akamwambia next time usirudi kutuita sisi, tanga hawa wazee wa Pokomo. Don't you think aliwaingilia excess, Mr. Alex? Because ataka unaingilia mtu kiasi tu, you know, like spare him kidogo.
No, but the Garsen man was not listening. You know, he's saying that the president is above criticism. If your age is not within the age of the president, you should not criticize him. That's nonsense. So I should not criticize the president. So you should never talk about the president. So the journalist should never write anything wrong about it. If you know, that's a very abnormal argument, not even a foolish argument, a very abnormal. You know, the president has to be criticized. So unaanza kusema on a national TV that he is not your counterpart, he is not your age mate. So use a proper language. What is that? Even a 10-year-old should even say when the president is lying. So what is Mungatana trying to tell us? That if you are not at the age of Ruto, we should not criticize you. What argument is that? So the president, if you get a president, tuseme kama president of country gani, Cameroon, a guy who has stayed there for a very long time. So nobody, because the guy is going almost to 90 years, nobody in the whole country will not criticize him. Very few people, about 10%, ambao wako wapi hiyo miaka kwenda juu should criticize him. And perhaps hata wako na Alzheimer's, now they no longer even know what politics is. So that minion, Ninacom mindset of saying that the president is not your age mate, so you should not call him a liar. It's unparliamentary. You see, and you know, nani alimshoot vizuri akamwambia hivi. This is not the Senate Parliament ambao King protects you. This is not your show. It is Trevor's show. And he called me here to speak my mind. Mungatana could not even listen. He was just pegged on the issue of what? Ruto is not your age mate. Honestly, I think where that man is today, and I know where he lives in Lavington. He lives next to my sister. I could tell my sister tomorrow to tell this man that, please, up your language. When you go to debate, don't go ukienda kama umevuta bangi. Yeah?
To be fair,
whatever is smoked today,
whatever
is smoked today,
let's not insinuate.
You know, there's a place, and Anitifuna alimwambia, whatever you have smoked, you either stop smoking it, or you reduce it, or you put seed. The seed should dry, and then you throw them away. Somewhere in the argument, whatever you are smoking, you either stop it, you reduce it, or you dry it and get the seeds and throw them. Because the guy was not making sense today, the whole debate of 42 minutes.
Now, as much as it's good to speak truth to power, is that the way? Because yes, he came out as a star, but was the point to deliver? Because at times when you are too, you know, when you speak out like as he did, did he come out to deliver a point, or eventually he missed out the point if he was to drive it home? Did he hit the target? Let me begin with you, Mr. G. Point ilifika home, as much as an trend now at X, eh? Joko tumezoea Twitter, tulikuwa rahisi kuitamka. Hii sometimes inachanganya.
Point ilifika home, Mr.
What do you make of it? What do you make of the message by Sifo?
The message ilifika nyumbani vizuri kabisa. The message ilifika nyumbani. You know, these people, they live in fear. The UDA guys live in fear. Na that's why huwa hataki mtu aongee kitu kibaya kwa president. But Shifuna was speaking what happens. In fact, alikuwa anaongea kitu ambacho ina happen kwa parliament na what happens outside the parliament. Na mali alikuwa ndo alikuwa amepata right chance ya kuaddress what happens in that place ambao si watu woni. Ametuambia kwa wakati wanajaribu ku-argue, wakitaka kuongea ku-debate na point, hao jamaa wanakazia speaker, wanakazia. Wakati mtu UDA anaamka ndio ku-debate na point, ndio anapewa chance ya ku-debate. Baba alituambia hao watu huwa wanapitisha nini, even 3 motions on a day in after. Hawataki kudiscuss, ku-debate kitu wapate wafikie mwisho. The wanapitisha kwa sababu wameshakuwa ordered from the executive, from the president. So they always live in fear kwa sababu ya ile vile wamekuwa captured. Message ilifika nyumbani, and that is the right way ya kujibu watu kama hao. Mtu kama nani, the other guy, huyu alikuwa mtu Azimio, siku hizi ameenda UDA, anaitwa nani, Farah una bena anaongea, anajicontradict kila wakati. Na he was in UDA, he was in Azimio. Even though bado anajifanya hapo Azimio, lakini mtu wa UDA anabembeleza, anapenda kupamba nini Ruto. So watu wanafaa wadiliwe hivyo. You deal with them the way they want.
Interesting na sio yeye tu leo ametrend. Kuna huyu jamaa anaitwa nani, James something Wamboko ama Wamboka, the man today equally in front of the president. Some would say he tried to stand his ground. I think it's Jack Wamboka. Yes, Jack Wamboka leo pia amefanya ile kitu huko Trans Nzoia, Bungoma, well in front of the president. This is what he did. Listening.
Wakapa, tafadhali mnaweza kuja hapa tu mjitambulishe tu, kwa sababu ninyi viongozi, ili wananchi waweze kuwaona tu. Mheshimiwa Rais ambaye ni rafiki yangu, unajua rais, watu wanafikiri sisi sio marafiki. Tumetembea na rais muda mrefu sana, na ujumbe wako wote kiongozwa na Papa wa Roma, kijana wetu wa hapa, na gavana wetu, karibu Bungoma, na nashukuru umekuja tutatue maneno ya Bungoma. Mheshimiwa Rais, kwa sababu wewe ni rafiki yangu, lazima nikuambie yale hawa wakazi wa Bungoma wanafikiria kwa mambo ya Nzoia. Tukiwa hapa siku ya leo, tutakumbuka kwamba leo hii hatuna pan paper, kwa sababu mambo ilianza kimchezo, pan paper ikaenda. Tukiwa hapa Rais, hatuna viwanda vyovyote, macho moja imebaki ni Nzoia Sugar Company. Itakumbuka kwamba Mheshimiwa Rais, ulipata kura mingi sana hapa Bungoma, na ni kwa sababu wewe ulikuja ukatoa mkataba, ukasema mimi nikikuwa rais wa Kenya nitafanya mambo matatu. Jambo la kwanza, nitalete factory kwa siku 100. Jambo la pili, nitalipa pesa ya wakulima wote. Jambo la tatu, nitalipa pesa ya wafanyikazi. Mheshimiwa, tukiwa hapa Bungoma leo, tunakuomba wewe uyatekeleze hayo mambo ya tatu ulioambia watu wa Bungoma. Hii Nzoia ni kizungumkuti, Mheshimiwa Rais, kwa mambo ya wakazi wa hapa. Mtu asikudanganye. Hawa marafiki zetu wakuambia ukweli, wananchi hawataki kiwanda cha Nzoia kiuzwe. Kwa heshima zote Mheshimiwa, utusikie sisi vilio, usikie vilio vya watu wako, vilio vya wanyonge. Leasing, privatization, selling, watu wanasema tawe. Asanteni sana na Mungu ambariki. Asante.
Gentlemen, I don't know. What do you make of this braveness by some of these leaders nowadays? Siku hizi hawaogopi bwana. Kitambo wangekuwa wanaficha white. One, he does it so well. Anamrudisha nyuma during campaign. Anamwambia ulisema mambo matatu. Moja, utalipa madeni. Pili, utalipa wafanyikazi. Tatu, utastawisha Nzoia Sugar. In short, anamwambia ulisema 100 days. It is past 100 days. And where the crowd was elated by that speech. Of course, I'll be playing what other leaders said after this, because this man stood his ground and said it as it is, pasipo kusita. Let me begin with you, Mr. G. Is that the way to go now from here? Mwambie ukweli vile ilivyo, pasipo ku... Don't mix your words.
Exactly. That's the way to deal with the crooks. You know, the crooks, you hit them on the head. Hakuna kubembelezana. Sasa ameenda kuuza. No, but he is one.
Sometimes nasema
Alex, ingia usaidie.
Hapana, wewe endelea, you are making a point. Endelea, I want to listen to your point.
No,
you know, But they are crooks. What were they crooks? Ukweli kabisa. And that is the only way you can deal with them. There's no other way you can deal with these people. Kwa sababu ukiendelea kwa mnyonge watakukanyaga. Huyu jamaa wakati wa kampeni aliongea vitu vingi sana akidanganya watu. Vitu vingi, he promised a lot of things. Kumbe alikuwa tu ni kudanganya watu, hiyo mdomo tamtamu, but hakuna kazi anaweza fanya. The man told him he's a liar mbele ya watu. Na akamwambia amekuwa akipromise kila wakati na promise, kumbe promises zake hata hazieni mali. Is a man of promises. Na promise afanya, he's not acting. So the guy expose, and that is what we want. We expose those people. Unajua Jex, the more you expose people, the more mnafaulu in the country. Wakati unaficha ukora, hatutapona. Let me give you an example. There's something that happened wakati wa nini? Wakati sasa Russia inaanza kuwa country. Hiyo wakati wa Putin. Unajua Putin took over from a guy ambaye alikuwa amechukua kutoka kwa nani, kutoka Gorbachev. So Putin when he came in, kulikuwa na a lot of mess. Messes zilikuwa mingi sana. But there's a guy from America. I don't know if he was an American, but he was from, I think he was from American. This guy when he came in, alianza ku expose the rot ambayo ilikuwa inaendelea kwa wale leaders. Unajua wale leaders walikuwa wamekuwa captured na wale leaders ambao walikuwa corruption kila wakati, wanaibia government, wanauza mafuta bei, wananunua mafuta bei rahisi, wanaenda nauza bei ya juu, wanaficha hiyo pesa ya juu, wanaingiza kwa mfuko. So when the guy came, wakati Putin alikuwa amechukua hiyo kiti, the guy started to expose hawa watu. Na alikuwa na expose kwa media, ana expose kwa magazeti, ile Times inaitwaje, hiyo gazeti nimesahau tu jina hiyo gazeti. He used to write on those papers. Watu wanasoma, akawa expose. Watu wakaanza kusema, huyu jamaa ana expose hivi tutatauliwa. Do you know what happened? Nani Putin, he went for those guys ambao walikuwa exposed. Akawashika the richest men, jamaa ambaye alikuwa ametengeneza banki yake akificha pesa za government, akikula pesa za government. Alishikwa na Putin. Under 1 year amewekwa kwa prison, akafungwa for 9 years in prison. Kwa sababu gani? Jamaa was exposed. Huku watu wanalia ati una-expose watu utauliwa, una-expose watu utauliwa. No, we need to expose these people. So what happened today is the right thing. We need to expose them kabisa.
Umemute Jax.
Alex, what do you make of this MP, Mr. Jack? His other name was something I'm forgetting.
Wamboka. Oh, ni Wamboka. So
yes.
Last year it was I think August 21st or 23rd. Ruto again toured the same place. He said the same shit. Okay? And Wamboka told him the truth that look, the issue of Zoya Sugar Company is this. And he explained eloquently. I wish I had the clip to send to you. And he warned him that this MP, especially this governor that you have put here, this governor will run down this thing. Let it be independent. Akampa plan vile that thing is supposed to be. I don't know if he gave them money or not. Now, you had even Wetangula talk about it. You know, they use the issue. It has become a campaign issue and a rallying issue, so that if they revive it, waanza kujipiga kifua that wali revive Zoya Sugar Company. Let me tell you, Wamboka was so mad today. You know, this thing is doable, but they are playing political expediency in this thing. Every time they come to Bungoma, that is what they are talking about. If they want to revive it, let it revive it. If you don't want, leave it. Because look, how many sugar companies that were killed by Moi in Nyanza? We had Muhoroni, we had Sony Sugar Company, and the third one I've forgotten. All three of them were killed. Yeah. You know, there is an economic war that usually president fights some regions, because if you leave them with money, when it comes to the campaign time, they will supersede in terms of money that you have, and they can bolt you out immediately. You know, money and politics, and that's why they disagreed here with Stella. I don't know why that's why she doesn't come. I told her, Babu Owino does not have money to run this country. He has no airplane. We have reached in this country that if you have money, and that's why Jimmy Wanjigi can speak and sponsor somebody, and he has sponsored Raila before, because that guy has money to waste. Okay? He has money to waste. So Bumula, kitu anaambia Ruto ni ya ukweli. Usikuje hapa kuuza kampani ya Nzoia Sugar Company utuambie kuwa umetupea pesa. And that's the plan of Ruto, is to sell it so that they can be stakeholders. Once they become stakeholders, then they start paying the pennies to the farmers. They will pay them, but they will pay them pennies because they will say, "Oh, this is a new investor." ABCD. They will start giving executives. They are going to open Nzoia Sugar Company, but it is not going to be a public. No, this is one of the companies that Kidero ran, and Kidero aliiba kutoka hiyo company. He ran it down. Remember, the person who ran that company down was Kidero. Let me call him as Nani Miguna calls him Kidero. So Kidero is the one who ran this company down, and that's when he started having money to start investing in many, many areas. Otherwise, when he was working as a pharmaceutical company, industrial pharmaceutical company, Kidero was very poor. Kidero was driving a Toyota. But right now, when he was investigated, akishaiba kule, na akishaiba nini, na akishaiba.
Before you even move from there, kwani kudrive a Toyota means you're poor?
No, because right now the cars he drives, he has a chopper. I mean, if you look, you know, right now, I mean, kuna mali zingine za kuiba zinaweza fanya unakuwa wazimu. Driving a Toyota is not bad. I drive a Honda Fit when I'm in Kenya because that's what I can afford. Mafuta nikiweka 2,500, saa hii najua imeenda juu kidogo. Hata nikiweka 2,500 kama niko Kisii, I can survive for 2 weeks. But if I take a Prado, ndugu yangu, my sister has one, ananipeanga, anamwambia stop it, stop it, stop it. Kwa sababu kutoka Nairobi mpaka Kisii mafuta ni 15,000. Just kutoka Nairobi, but Honda Fit kutoka Nairobi mpaka Kisii is 3,500. So can you see what I'm saying? I'm saying he was driving a Toyota, but right now Kidero is somebody, ndege inakuja kumchukua kutoka kwake inampeleka Wilson Airport. Kutoka Wilson Airport anaendeshwa. Sijui kama CAS walikubaliwa Kenya, maybe saa hii ameanza kufanya kazi. But what I'm saying is that the person who ran down that company was Kidero. And nobody's mentioning that, unfortunately. Somebody needs to put a petition against that man because the money he has now is able to reopen Nzoia Sugar Company. There is evidence. It has been tabled in the court. I don't know how that case went. If it was dismissed, then somebody needs to put it again because he stole millions of money openly. We shouldn't even start telling people that how are we supposed to open it, because Kidero was found to be having 19 accounts, and each account had more than 500 million. Okay, so we shouldn't be talking about this anymore. Huyu jamaa anisumbua maneno ya Toyota. Toyotas are good. Yeah, they say that every country, even you go to the remotest area, you will find Toyota company. And let me tell you the story of Toyota company. It's a government-sponsored company whereby you cannot touch it. It's an asset of Japan because it's the remotest place. Hata uende Guatemala, mahali utapata Toyota Hilux. It is the only company that ingeanguka during the recession. So I'm not saying the Toyotas are bad, but I'm saying, you know, when you move from a Toyota and then you start driving, you know, a V12, all of a sudden, there is something wrong there. There is something wrong there. You need to progress. Maybe you talk to Toyota, when the Honda, when the Lexus, before when the Maruti.
All right. Okay. Now, Mr. Chief, I don't know if you had the response ambayo Wamboka alipewa. Let's listen to one of them before I even bring
kuja salimia dakika moja, umetoka mbali ndio nimuite rafiki yangu Rikiji.
Watu wa Nzoia hamjambo. Asante Bwana Spika, mimi sina mengi ila tu kushukuru kwa ile hatua Mheshimiwa Rais umechukua, na unakumbuka wakati ulituongoza na ukaleta mswada kwa bunge ya kufutilia mbali madeni yote ya sugar factory zote ikiwemo hii Nzoia. Na ni vizuri vile Bwana Spika umesema ya kuwa kama viongozi tusiwe watu ambao ni wa kufanya siasa ambazo ni siasa duni ambazo hazisaidii mwananchi wa kawaida. Na wakati tulikuwa bunge, ni vizuri Mheshimiwa Rais, sababu baadhi ya wabunge wa hapa Western wote tukifutilia mbali hizo madeni za Nzoia na zile sugar factory zingine, wabunge karibu wote walikuwa bunge na wakapiga kura. Lakini nimeshangaa ndugu yangu Jack Wamboka, ile siku ya kupiga kura hapa ameongea vizuri sana, mambo yanagusia mkulima, lakini mahali ilifaa Mheshimiwa Wamboka uongee, utetee wa bunge wakulima na utetee wafanyikazi, utetee faktoria ya Nzoia ifutiliwe mbali. Ile deni ilikuwa kwa bunge, hiyo siku hukupatikana upige kura. Kwa hivyo siku nyingine usiongee tu kwa hafla ya siasa. Ukitaka kufanya siasa pia kwa bunge, fanya ile kazi wananchi wa Bumula walikupigia kura, uje ufanye, uwafutilie mbali madeni zao. Hiyo ndio itanufaa hao wananchi, au sio watu wa Nzoia? Na ile yote viongozi wengine wamesema, najua Rais sababu walisema bilioni 50 karibu na 4 ifutiliwe mbali ya Nzoia, anawajali, anajua matatizo yenyu na ako na suluhu ambazo zitasaidia. Lakini Rais, ile umeuliza kama miwa wanakulima wanaleta inasiagwa na inauzwa, haiko kwa store sukari, iko shida mahali, na hiyo shida ya management lazima itatuliwe vile Mheshimiwa Dan Wanyama amesema. Na kama ni kutatua, ikibidi ufanye ile mambo tatu ya wakora wenye wanasiaga miwa, wanauza na hawalipi wakulima, hawalipi wafanyikazi, fanya hiyo mambo tatu Rais.
Hiyo comeback ya Kimani Ichung'wah for me imeenda group of schools. I'm sure Alex is very angry now. But I love how he deconstructed, you know, as the guy kwanza alikuja kajichocha, all right? Kasema, oh Rais,
but Jex,
ulisema ngoja kidogo tunakupea. Baada siku 100 ulisema ABCD, ulisema utafuta madeni, and then Kimani anakuja kama stereo. Na vile akitau anakuja anakuja kama stereo, kasimama kwa podium. The construction most, you know, it was another showdown, which was interesting. I'll play another comeback from that meeting. But what do you make of it,
Don't put many pieces.
Yes, I haven't. We are going one after the other. Yes, Mr. G. Tuanze na hiyo.
Mr. G, atuoni uso wako vizuri. I don't know, sometimes unakaa aje. Atuonangi uso wako.
The lights.
Yeah, hapo sawa.
Hapo sawa.
Okay.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say ni kuwa Jex, unasema kuwa the guy ame disconstruct our guy, our MP. And yet unajua kwa parliament what really happens. In the parliament, anyone, mtu wa Azimio akijaribu kusimama, just kuweka point, hata ruhusiwa kusimama. And inaonekana kukazana tunasimama, Wetangula na kutupa nje. So this guy was just like, these people wamezoea kudanganya. Wakiplay ile victim card, waonekane kuwa wamekuwa victimized, au ni watu ambao wanatakia watu vitu vizuri. But all of this is just lies. Kwa parliament mtu Azimio hakuna kitu anaweza ongea. Ukipiga kelele, ukisimama na mdomo unafukuzwa nje. Ukijaribu kuleta point inatupiliwa mbali. Kwanza hata ukiinua mkono wa kuchagui. Mtu wa UDA akiinua mkono ndo anachaguliwa. These are just propaganda ya watu. So hakuna kitu disconstruct our guy. Hakuna.
Wewe ni kama kumwambia ati alikataa kuvote wakati watu wengine walikuwa wanavotia hizo stories za vitu za Western. Hakumchomea kwa wapiga kura wake because alikuwa anaongea kwao home. Hiyo sio kumchomea.
Kwa sasa hata hakuna mtu amesikia hiyo. Kwa sasa ground imebadilika. Jex, hakuna mtu hata amesikia hiyo story ya huyo mtu atijata yani hata wafikiri hiyo. Kitu ambao wanajua kwa economy huyu mtu amaribu economy. Everything is not working in our country. That's why hakukuwa na makelele mingi. Just listen to that guy alafu angalia hiyo makelele. Haikuwa mingi kwa sababu hata watu wakusikia hiyo vitu. Washajua watu ni waongo. Just few.
Mr. Lexi, were they just few or your comeback iko aje? Jenda group of schools? Ingawa my good friend come now anasema your comeback ni idiotic, but anyway.
Hapa leo nita disagree na Mr. G, and it's okay to disagree because we are allowed to agree and also to disagree agreeably. If truly Wamboka was not in parliament that day, that is wrong because that factory is in his constituency.
Yes.
And he knows very well, Madeni, you are going to vote against Kutoa Madeni. It was not even a debate. It was a vote.
It was voting.
Yeah. If he did not go to vote, that Mumia Sugar Company, Nzoia Sugar Company, deni yake itolewa because he's part. Nzoia Sugar Company is in his constituency. That is baloney. I mean, he has no audacity to speak about it if he never voted in parliament. That is the truth. If he did not, because if you are agitating for something, agitating forever. But let us give him a benefit of doubt. Maybe he was sick. Maybe he was held somewhere. Okay?
Yes.
Let us not condemn. Let us give him a benefit of that. So Ichungwa, sasa hapa ndio nakubaliana na Mr. G. Ichungwa is making noise because he doesn't know why this guy did not come. And you don't have to tell people if mtoto wako ni mgonjwa unampeleka wapi. Family come first. Unaelewa? Hata wewe Jex, if anything happens, huwezi kuja hapa, utaenda fanya vitu zako kwanza. Tunakuanga hapa na Mr. G asubuhi in analysis ya magazeti. Tunaonanga employees wakikuja hivi and there's an urgent thing that must be taken. It takes care of it first. So let us give a benefit of because Ichungwa is also making noise because he doesn't know that we have families and we have other engagements. And those engagements can be urgent. I don't think in his right mind he will refuse to go to vote, and he knew that that was important. I take it like he had a family engagement or something that was so urgent. Okay? As I say, I use the language that let us give him a benefit of
doubt. All right.
Yeah. That's the language I used first. So Ichungwa must also know that there are days he has missed in parliament to vote, and alienda kupiga kelele. Today there was parliament. Where was Ichungwa? He wasn't there.
No, parliament inafunguliwa date 12 in 10 days time.
Oh, Nitusha.
Bado. Yeah.
Oh, okay. He has also missed some sessions where I see a majority, another majority leader take place. So he must also not come to criticize, knowing that parliamentarians, kuna wale wenye wako serial absentees in parliament kama Sudi. Those one you can say that wewe ulikataa kuvote kitu na ilikuwa kwa constituency yako, because the guy does not, he goes just the days is required to keep his seat. Kama ni 6 days in a session. Okay? And he never speaks anything. But Wamboko speaks in parliament. Who doesn't know that? He speaks. I've heard him speak about and agitate about his Nzoia Sugar Company. And he started it long time ago before anybody. And I can give you the history of Wamboko because I schooled in Webuye, Lugulu Primary School. So that vicinity, I know it very well. My uncle was a PC in Kakamega for a very long time. Okay? So those areas, I know them very well. So I follow the politics of Bungoma because Bungoma, you know, once you win Bungoma, you have won everywhere. You will win Trans Nzoia, you will win Kakamega, you will win. I mean, you will win everywhere. And I believe Raila won in that place, except Wetangula. Manholded had made sure that everybody had taken a seat the way he wanted. But otherwise, the politics Ichung'wah is playing there is not good. Ichung'wah should have spoke first, and then because now the way walipanga is aongee kwanza, then ribato yao iumize huyu jamaa, unaelewa? Which was to embarrass him because he's not part of the ruling party. That's why I tell my people, don't go to these people's rallies because they are going to embarrass you. Don't go to these people's rallies. That is my take on that.
Alex, just to add something, to add something on what you have said. In Bungoma, sijui kama ukusikia hiyo story, ballots zilitoka Uganda. In Bungoma, ballots zilitoka Uganda, and there was a lot of theft, a lot of rigging in Bungoma. So si atu mtu alishinda tu, and that's where unapata ile gadget inaitwaje, kale ka gadget kana jinake Kimskit, nimesahau Kimskit. Kimskit ndio unapata Kimskit ya Bungoma ilikuwa inatuma results za Nyeri, inatuma results za huko Central from Bungoma. So Wetangula played the game. Unajua Wetangula anajua kucheza hii kitu. Ballot papers ziliingia from Uganda and he rigged everything. Sasa hata si ati alishinda, hakuna kitu, ni rigging ilifanyika.
And you are very right on that.
Yes, Mr. Alex.
No, endelea Jets. Because you give us.
I wanted to ask you. The issue was Kimskit. Haikuwa answered in Supreme Court. What was the issue with the Kimskit? You are not satisfied with the response?
There was no response. Kwanza hiyo ndo wakati ambao kwanza ukipata kama commissioner wa IBC kwa anatetemeka. That lawyer ule Msomali mpaka anatoroka anaenda nje kupiga masimu. Everyone alifungua mdomo kushangaa. No one responded to that thing. Alafu sasa anakuja huyu mama anatweet at court here. That's why na kuambia huyu mtu siwezi msamehe. Because they never gave us an answer. They just call us hot here, sijui white goons. They never listen to our petition.
All right. Yes, Alex.
No, I think for me your topic iishe tuende ingine.
Haijaisha kwa sababu sijakuletea comeback ingine. Kulikuwa na comeback ya Rigidi. So when that guy alimaliza,
I mean sometimes spare us from some things, man.
No, I really have to be balanced. I have to.
No, you are balanced, but kuna zingine zinatupe. You know, if a UDA guy was here to respond, it's okay.
So yeah, that's why, because I cannot, let me play the UDI guys' responses. That helps.
Ambia Ruto aingie. Ruto lazima aingie hapa respond in it. I see him talking very well in the. Wacha Geoffrey Ruto aingie hapa, he responds on it because he gives very good pertinent points in the comment section. But he doesn't. He has never appeared. Huyu jamaa mwana kwa panelist.
Ashaikuja siku moja, ashakuja but not here. Alikuja tukiwa Mtembei, kule Mtembei alikuja.
Bado tuko Mtembei lakini anyway.
This is a frequent call.
Simrefu, it's not a long one. Let's listen to the comeback from Gachagua. Simrefu, bear with me.
Akifika hapa kwa mara ya pili tangu kuchaguliwa kutafuta suluhisho la kudumu mambo ya Nzoia. Na mambo ya Nzoia ni mambo ambayo inatakana itatuliwe. Na mnajua mimi ni mtu ya kusema ukweli. Si mnajua hiyo? Mnataka niseme ukweli ama nisiseme? Watu tungependa viongozi wakifika hapa, kama iko shida mseme iko shida. Kusema ukweli ni kwamba wakulima hawajalipwa. Kweli ama uongo? Iko shida ama hakuna? Wafanyikazi hawajalipwa. Iko shida ama hakuna? Sasa ukija useme kila suluhisho ni tawe, hakuna shida na ulete suluhisho. Unaongea mambo ya kusaidia ama ya kuharibu? Lazima uambie watu ukweli. Ukifika hapa useme iko shida na upeane suluhisho. Lakini huwezi fika kufurahisha watu kusema hii ni tawe, hii tawe, hii tawe, alafu naketi. Si lazima tuongee ukweli. Ukweli ni kwamba iko shida. Si ndio? Mnasema rais alipe wakulima ni sawa. Alipe wafanyikazi. Alafu mwaka ujao, mwaka huo mwingine atalipa kila mwaka. Sasa tuulize, si miwa mlileta hapa ikaenda wapi? Ikaenda wapi? Wafanyikazi walifanya kazi, kwa nini hawakulipwa? Rais ndiye alikuwa anasimamia hii factory, ni yeye alikuwa hapa, si kulikuwa na wasimamizi? So kikulacho kinguoni. So ni mzuri viongozi tuambie wakulima ukweli. There is a problem in Nzoia, an internal problem. Mualike rais ajaribu kumsaidia ndio tutatue hii shida. Wakulima wakilipwa sio mwaka huu, walipwe miaka na miaka na milele. That is the truth. Na ni mzuri tusaidie wakulima wetu as leaders by being truthful and by looking for solutions to a problem that has existed for a long time.
Sio kila kitu tawe. Hiyo response kidogo tu. Kuna vile uliniambia Harvard na shule zingine colleges ziko na kajina fulani. Uliziita aje such colleges?
Ivy League school.
Very good. Hiyo response ya Gachagua sio tu ya group of schools, imeenda Ivy League. What do you make of it?
For today, I like what Gachagua said because there's a problem of management in Nzoia. Sio kila mwaka itakuwa Nzoia inapewa pesa, wafanyikazi wanapewa pesa because hiyo pesa imeibiwa na governor.
Na jamaa ameleta miwa yake, president hakuwa miwa ikiletwa, miwa imesiagwa imeuzwa kama sukari, president hakuwa hapo, deni inapatikana, lakini president.
That's why you had the president say this. He's going to change the management himself. If he's going to pay the farmers, he must change the management. Which, okay, I don't like UDA, but on this part, I think, you know, they might speak ukweli na wazifanye, but the truth is that Nzoia has no problem of sugar production or manufacturing or kununua gunia or to sell it. Nzoia has always had a board of management and directors who, I don't know how they swindled that money, and they are left there. And I told you that one of the person who put Nzoia completely down was Kidero. So the question that Nani ameuliza, ni kila mwaka tutakuwa president anakuja hapa mnasema wafanyikazi walipwe. Kama mlepeleka miwa, sukari imefanya nini? Imeuzwa. Sasa pesa yenu ilienda wapi? That's a good question. But on the issue of tawe, akusikia kitu alisema. Aliambia nini rais, Wamboka aliambia rais hivi. Alimwambia hii sugar ikikuja, this is what happens, but ikifika wakati wa kulipa wafanyikazi hakuna pesa. Na akasema tawe, that should not happen again. So Rigiji did not understand what Wamboko said.
Alisema tawe haikuwa mahali pale pa privatization.
I think it was both. Alitaka tawe mara mbili.
Okay.
Ya kwanza ni ile, I think kwa Kiswahili niliona nini, kuna mtu mmoja aliongea kwa Kiswahili hapo. Kwa hiyo nini niliangalia kwa YouTube, alisema rais usikuja hapa kuuza, tafadhali usikuja hapa kuuza Nzoia Sugar Company, which they want to do. Okay? Because they want to portray a picture that without privatization, Nzoia will never be okay. They want to paint that picture. But I don't think wafanyikazi watakubali hiyo, because also privatization has its own issues. But it looks like mahali Nzoia imefika, if that is a trend they are going to go through, then it should be privatized. because there's one that is privatized in Kisumu. But miwa inatoka Ahero, miwa inatoka mtu anapanda miwa anyway. Na huyo jamaa anakuja na trakta zake. Bora watu karibu 10 wamepanda miwa kule. Unaelewa? Ni Muhindi. Anakuja anachukua kutoka huko, ataenda mpaka Ahero, ataenda mpaka Sondu, ataenda Nyakach, ataenda mpaka Kindu Bay. Na anachukua analeta. Whereas Muhoroni is not working, na Muhoroni has everything than that guy. Unaelewa? So it looks like privatization may help a little bit in Nzoia because wameshindwa. The people who eat, you know, like in my area, when my uncle was the member of parliament, that is when I started to know that he is part and parcel of a company that was called Tombe Tea Factory. So all these factories that we had within our constituency, a member of parliament is the head of it. I don't know why they put that. So how they swindle money is they use it with the director. That should stop. Now, when it comes now, when the county government came, now the governor ndiye anasimamia all the sugar companies. Si wangeuliza huyu jamaa anaitwa nani mwenye leo alikuwa anaita baba mzee wa kitandawili. Juzi amekuja rally huko kwetu yenye baba alikuwa naye. Huyo governor wa Bungoma anaitwa nani? He was the Senate speaker last time. Lusaka. Yeah, the person yemepewa last time, si waulize Lusaka. Because that money was put under, under Lusaka. Na unasikia sasa hiyo wako na deni ya 95 billion. Can you tell me 95? Just 5 billion short to become 100 billion. Already wako na deni na last year walilipiwa deni. It can't be that. It can't be sustainable that every time munaenda parliament munasema deni. So, but the question is this: who is involved kwa hiyo madeni? Is the politicians. Wamboko is part and parcel of Nzoia Sugar Company. Hata kiuzwe, because akiuzwa he will not be part and parcel of it. So that's the problem.
So
you must go nitty-gritty to understand the politics of some of these companies that are within, that are not owned. Kama tea factories, coffee factories, sugar factories. You must go nitty-gritty to understand how politics plays there. Yeah, thank you.
I come to you, Mr. G. What is your response? Ni kila kitu tawe ama you agree na Mr. Deputy President?
No, for the first time I will agree with the regarding Gachagua, because sijasikia kiongea mambo ya dilapidated economy, siji empty coffers nini, leo sijasikia. Ama pengine kama aliendelea kuongea kule mbele, but just because of that nampatia, ana kubaliana na yeye. Amefanya vizuri. Every time akisimama kuwa he has no point. Atatuambia tu vile alipata empty coffers, vile amejaribu kuestablish economy, empty coffers, siji panya zimetoroka, but today at least ameongea. Kuna kapoint ameongea pale akisema kwa tutaendelea kulipia watu kila siku, tutakuwa tunalipia president atakuwa analipa kila siku. That is the point. There's something ambao Honorable Barracks amesema concerning the governor of Bungoma. This governor is a thief. Huyu jamani mwizi. Unakumbuka enda kwa nanunua wheelbarrow ya sijui bilioni ngapi? The same person. Yenda kwa nanunua a wheelbarrow, millions of money. So obviously kuna mambo kama yanafanyika,
ilikuwa non-carcinogenic.
No, Jex. Which wheelbarrow utanunua 1 million plus? Wheelbarrow.
Kama wheelbarrow ni non-carcinogenic na iko
hapana. Ni kama ule jamaa wa Siaya, ule alinunua siji kiti milioni ngapi?
Kiti cha 1 million.
Yeah, where we are at the moment.
Gavana wetu aliweka gate ya hospitali 2 million. Ukiona hiyo gate, na akalaunch gate unapona. Akalaunch gate.
If you go through the gate, you're healed. You don't need to access the facilities there beyond.
Jex and Alex, there's a clip kwa iko kwa media ambao kuna jamaa alikuwa ana launch sijui ka bridge sijui katuka gani. Sasa kulikuwa na
alafu
kakaratasi pale.
ikabomoka akiwa juu.
Yeah, wakati tu alikata hivi kakabomoka. You know, those are things about the first way happen. Kwa sababu somebody anakuambia ametumia millions of money, kumbe ametumia pesa kidogo sana, pesa yote ameficha. Sasa inabomoka hapo hapo, hata haikungoja madakika, anakata kama na zinaenda nayo yote. And this is what should be happening. Our country is rotten. Yeah, our country is rotten, but on that point aki mnakubaliana na Rigiji. Rigiji ameongea point. Leo hajaongea mambo ya panya kutoroka. Kitu ambacho ameongea ni ukweli. Kwa sababu sometimes pia unajua kuna wakati ambao unaweza kuwa unapiga kila kitu and yet kuna kitu ambao haufai kupinga. So hapo mimi nakubaliana naye kabisa.
All right. Sinaona leo response ya nani imeenda Ivy Leagues of Schools All right. Ukiona kitu hadi G anakubali na Alex, jua ni point imeenda shule kubwa, si shule ndogo ndogo. Now let's now look at the political angle. Why is the president now all of a sudden extremely interested with the Western region? Before elections, he was extremely interested in Mount Kenya. Alikuwa anakuja almost there every other week alikuwa. But this time round ni kana kwamba hataki kuachilia Western. What could be informing his frequent visit to the Western region? Who do I begin with? Let me begin with you, Mr. Alex, then I come to Mr. G.
Let me tell you. Easy delegation meeting. You know, Raila had very organized meetings, whether you like it or not, whether you disagree with me or not. Because first of all, he met the delegates. Anakaa chini, wanaongea na delegates, anasikiza kila delegate. You know, na anakuja mkutano asubuhi, anasikiza kila delegate. And Raila had a pen, and the way Sifuna was an MC, Sifuna also played a very important role as an MC. So when he listened to the delegates were able, so by the time wanamaliza, they go eat, and then wanaenda stadium or somewhere big to go do what? Now to register people. So when the delegates walikuwa wameongeleshwa vizuri sana, wakaenda nje, wakatafuta wafuasi wao. Unaona kama Bungoma, they almost closed the nini, magari za askari zilifuata Raila because walikuwa nafikiria Bungoma, nobody is going to be there. All of a sudden, in those rallies zake, brother ya Wetangula akadefect kwenda ODM. Unaelewa? Na Timu Wanyonyi was there. And the leaders that were there were high powered. So, and the amount of people that were registered in Bungoma this time, it's almost like half of the voters. Wakaangalia, because they also have their intelligence. So wakati waliangalia register, wakaangalia, wakaona huyu jamaa Busia alienda immediately after Raila alitoka. Kumbuka, alienda Busia. Hajaenda Vihiga bado because maybe Mudavadi anaogopa huko, anaenda apigiwe kelele. Unaelewa? So alitoka Busia, ndio county ambayo ilipea baba kura nyingi sana Kenya mzima. Na alisema it was the tune of almost 90%, kitu kama hiyo. Especially Teso South. Na watu wakakataa Otuoma kabisa. Ilikuwa Teso South mahali walikataa Otuoma. Mpaka Otuoma 3 days later akaenda kumit Mudavadi because alijua hii tikiti ya ODM apate next time. So he has to coerce Mudavadi so that apate tikiti ya ANC. Jamaa hatakuwa governor. Let him know that. So the trajectory ni ile kuwa the meetings, the way they were held from Busia, Vihiga, Kakamega, Bungoma, Trans Nzoia. Huyu jamaa alijipanga vizuri sana. Even Natembea, who wanted to ajifanya hivi asikuje mkutano, he had to come because ali realize watu wengi wameingia stadium. After that, hakukuwa kwa meeting ya delegation. So Ruto as a politician must be worried that look, hapa ningepata hata 10% sahihi siende kupata kitu yote. Because the mountain is falling, whereby waliba kura nyingi kule. When the mountain has fallen, you go whereby people eat flies and start lying to them. But let me tell you,
Kumbe is not fly.
Inaitwaje? Fly ni ile inakuchapa unakuwa na sleeping disease. Hapo nimechoma.
Hapo umechoma mbaya bana, because nakumbuka nikiona Peter Selassie akikula na sisi fly, I think iko kwa class ya mosquito if I'm not wrong.
Inaitwa aje? Nikumbushe bwana, hii kizungu
iko kwa class ya
kutoka Afrika. Look, Ruto meeting in the Central zilimuonyesha kuwa, you know, the way they shouted at him, you know, he must be worried. His strategies, you know, the true strategies wanakuambia the ground imeenda. Unaelewa? So, because you have political strategies, wale mwenye mnafanya now, but you have true strategies who are not politically connected. It's like political pools. Kuna hizi pools political za steadfast wanatoanga hapa, wanasema leo ni zile yenye unalipa mtu. But kuna ile yako unaandika watu wako kukuambia, nataka mniambie ukweli kabisa. Where am I? Unaelewa? So
kumbe zinaitwa wing termites.
Oh, wing termite. Hiyo hata siku anajua, but najuanga ziko zinaitwa mahalange. Nani ana No, mahalange sio mahalange. Mahalange ni ya kutengeneza changa. Busa. Mahalange ni ya kutengeneza busa.
Unaona vile Mr. J amefurahi, anajua hizo vitu ni mzuri. Kwanza they eat it direct.
Juzi alituambia alikuwa anakunywa busa.
Hiyo mahalange ukiweka sukari, hiyo mahalange utasikia utamu ya mwisho.
Mahalange
ni kitu tamu sana. Inakaa kama ugali hivi, inakaa kama ugali imekarangwa. Unaona, utachukua ugali umekaranga, inakaa hivyo. Kitu kingine tamu sana ukiweka sukari, but siku hizi sikunywi bwana. Siku hizi nimeokoka, sikunywi kabisa. Niliwacha.
na kumbe uliamua aje?
Kumbe tunakula bwana. Kumbe haina shida, tunakula hiyo.
Inaitwa aje na Kikwenyu?
Kumbe. Sasa hapo umenipata bwana hapo.
Najaribu kukumbuka kwa sababu Selassie alizipea jina juzi akizikula. I'm forgetting the name, but I remember just now. The name we called them. It wasn't that difficult. I remember, I'll tell you just now. Selassie
kuna kitu inaitwa mafedere, lakini zile unajua kuna ziko kumbe tofauti. Kuna zile kubwa zile nono na kuna rule ndogo ambazo nani alikuwa anakula.
Selassie. Alikuwa anakula zikiwa hai, you know, huwa hazipikwi.
Hiyo inakuliwa. Kwanza hiyo unakula na sima, ikiwa hai hivyo unakula na sima. Tamu sana.
Naona Ela hapa anasema hawezi ingia sahi, splitting fire and brimstone.
Anamwaga moto huko nyuma ya tent. Leo ameamua kuwa Sifuna. Acha tunamngojea hapa. But kabla akuje Mr. G, why do you think the president is so much in Western?
No, you know, this guy alikuwa ameingia sana Central Kenya. Na unajua Central Kenya believed in him kwa sababu ile propaganda na lies. But at the moment Central Kenya ni kama ina slip away. Sasa inamtoka kabisa. Watu wengi mpaka unapata anaanza kubumiwa, anaanza kuwa heckled in Central Kenya. Even though not only in Central Kenya, but Central Kenya ilikuwa ni kama yake. Kuna watu from Central Kenya walikuwa wanasema yeye ndio kingpin wa Central Kenya. Those people from Central walikuwa wanasema yeye ndio kingpin. Walikuwa wataka hata story ya Uhuru, wataka story yote. But now at the moment people wamemtoka from Central Kenya, hawamtaki vile anakuwa anamtaka kitambo. Sasa anaangalia another group, another tribe ambao iko na watu. Na ukienda kwa Central Kenya, ukienda kwa Western is the big count, and is a big, nitasemaje, is a big community ambao if at all unaweza kuwaweka pamoja alafu wavote as a block, basi umepita. The problem ni kwa in Western Kenya kwa hawavote ni kwa block, kwa kuna hiyo mgawanyo kidogo, but ukiweka wote wa vote kwa group kama Western Kenya as a community utakuwa umefaulu kura. Sasa this guy ameanza ku make intrude kwa sababu anaona huku kumeanza kuwa slippery. Sasa anajaribu huku atizo aanze kuja kwake, lakini haizi toboa kwa sababu wale ni ODM. Wale wanamwangalia tu nyuma hivi, lakini hakuna mahali atatoboa. Anaweza rudi Central Kenya akatoboa, but in Western Kenya asijidanganye, hapa hawezi, ile iko locked ODM.
Now, Mr. Alex, is Ruto the man to bring in the elusive Luya unity?
No, you can't. There's no way those people can unite, because if Mudavadi could not agree to unite with Wetangula and form one party, had they agreed earlier before the clear order, they could feel a sense of owning a party, like when Vijana Wamalwa was there. Remember, the person who was supposed to take over was Mukisa Kitui, and Wetangula hijacked. And when he took over, most of the people left. And it's a one-man show. I mean, his party is a one-man show. And if you look at ANC, that's a serious joker. You know, I don't listen to Mudavadi. Neither do I even pay attention to him, even when he's speaking economic things, because the man has failed himself. To a tune of 4 billion, you can man Vihiga so that Ruto cannot win your constituency. So even his own MCA is from UDA. I mean, then you look at it, then you ask yourself, who is this man? I mean, how foolish is he? If his wealth is 4 billion, put 1 billion, and then chukua yote, and these people will be, and ask hefty payments to the party, and you return your money in 5 years. You know, that's how you invest in politics. But Mudavadi did not do that. So the senator, the women rep, the senator who is Osotsi, the women rep Musau Jinake, and the governor, all of them, they are ODM. So Mahali Ruto alituchapa
Wamtrianga ni women rep wapi?
Wa Vihiga, where Mudavadi comes from.
Okay.
So when you look at Vihiga, I mean, the way Ruto alichukua ma MCS, lakini sasa hizi viti kubwa sasa ndiye alituachia. Unaangalia Mudavadi the way anafanya. I mean, the guy does not know how to code. I mean, let the guy stop politics completely. Let him go do something else. Because at his age, as well, he can retire and do something else because he has money. Maybe go do business, as a consultant, because he has a name now and he can deal with the government. But in terms of how he can manage is that, but that's why I'm telling you that both of these two guys, they don't want to come together. If they came together for the Luya community, I think then they will have a party where they can run. Which, when you look at, there's a person who said that utaenda kwa party ambayo iko na mbunge mmoja na MCS wawili, utaenda party yenye iko na wabunge wanne, MCS watano. You know, anasema hapana, kama unataka kuendelea, enda kwa party iko na wabunge wengi, kwa sababu there's a lot of benefit ikifika hapo, which is true. So I think these two guys wanadanganya Ruto, and I think waliiba kura some few places, and but in Kakamega hawakuiba sana because Oparanya did a good job. But the guy that was in Bungoma, the governor, who did a very good job by them, more than Lusaka. Basically, I think alikuwa overcame because Ruto alimwaga pesa huko for Wetangula to be able to bribe people and churches and everything. So they are trying to, now that the church has refused to be bribed anymore, and now that the church is apologizing to us, now that the church does not want these things to be used in the pulpit, their pulpits anymore, that's now unapata Ruto doing rally. And we told Ruto yesterday, look, the problem we are saying your government is rotten is one. It's because you never sit in the office and know what is happening. You are running as if you are running in campaign. That was a campaign. That was nothing but a campaign. Hello. Instead, the man sit down in the office, do what he's supposed to do, maybe know the corrupt people, and be able maybe to put a country in order. But you know, if you are out all the time, because nilisikia akiuliza huko, ninaweza shindwa hapa Bungoma mali nalala. Mimi siwezi angalia hao watu wote, naweza shindwa because baba slept at Steve Wanyonyi's house. Sana nafikiria hata yeye anaweza kulala huko so that ajulikana alilala huko. Ndugu yangu, delegates ambao baba alichagua na akaweka Bungoma, ili nishtua mimi mwenyewe. Unaelewa? Mimi nilifuatilia maneno ya delegates sana, sio maneno ya rallies mahali huko walikuwa wanapiga watu kama Juma Boy Juma, wanapiga watu wengine hapa sijui ule women rep. It was entertaining, but I looked at the delegates because I kept on crying that Baba, why don't you go throughout the country, take advantage now that and make sure that our registration now you know, once you register in ODM, you cannot go to the other side. You know that because you have the roll cover is there.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and that's what the Malala did at the beginning when he became the SG of UDA. But ikafika mahali akaanza kila mahali alikuwa anaenda ni vita. Kila mahali alikuwa anaenda ni vita. So akastopishwa kidogo. So I think Malala watamtoa very soon. Wakishamtoa very soon, kitu watafanya ni wataleta another SG and wataanza hata serious recruitment. Because Malala was ni mtu wa violence. Ilifika mahali, I think hata some MP started complaining nani Shulei openly complained about Malala and he told the president that this person is killing the party. So Ruto was trying to get Malala, but I think hajapata mtu mzuri ambaye atakuwa level ya Sifuna. He wants to get somebody in the level of Sifuna. Sifuna is a headache to UDA if you don't know. Yeah. That's why one person said the other day that we have the best SG in the whole country. He's an asset to us. And it's true to his word. The guy, in all meetings, the way he handled them as an MC, I thought he was going to be tired, but he was not tired. Juni Red Bull alikuwa anakunywa. But the guy, and he knew how to control. You know, there's something called class control. You must control the MPs, especially wale wamekosana na wale ambao hawajakosana. You know how to bring them together because they are under your umbrella. So Sifuna knew how to do that in a perfect way. When they go to the delegates, then he will bring them together. After bringing them together, wanakuwa sasa wamesikilizana. Wakienda kwa watu, zile vita walikuwa nazo zote zimefanya nini? Kumbuka vile Juma Boy alisema, Baba, mimi nilikuja kwako asubuhi nikaongea na wewe. Which means wale ambao walikuwa wamelegea walikuwa wanakuja wanaongea na baba. Baba anawaalika, anaambia watu wengine kuwa tuache fitina, tukienda kwa watu kuongea tusilete hizo fitina kule. But everything was finished in the delegates meetings. And I think that is where for the first time I think I have seen a recruitment as such. We've never had a recruitment as such. Si tulikuwa tunaenda maralis, tunatoka tu. Na watu ni wengi. Pako saa ingine unashindwa, why do we have so many people but we cannot vote? Because in the voting day, you can connive somebody and tell him, look, chukua 2,000, vote for Ruto. Unaelewa?
Yes.
Maybe alikuwa na mtoto mgonjwa and he will do that. So what we did iliwashtua. They are trying to counteract that. But I don't think it's working so far. Because the Busia one failed because there was an MP of Teso South where they went to church on Sunday. They told him, and I remember I told him, mimi ni mtu wa Raila, lakini nimekuja hapa kwa sababu yeye ni rais. They told him right on his face, mimi ni mtu wa Raila na sitatoka kwa Raila. And you see, that is when he sees the reality that Bungoma imeenda, Vihiga imeenda. Lakini, no, Busia imeenda, Vihiga imeenda, Kakamega imeenda. Can I retain Bungoma? So that's why they are using the sugar company. But will the sugar company really bring them in? I think the sugar company is going to fail them because I don't think Ruto is going to give that 95 billion. Do you think Ruto can give 95 billion? In your estimation, do you think Ruto can give 95 billion? It's no.
I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't think so. 95 is too much to give. Utatoa wapi 95 billion? Haiko kwa budget. It's not budgeted.
No? I think it's 50 billion.
No, they said 95 billion.
It was 95. All right.
Yeah, that's what they said. Yeah.
Now, to other sad news, kuna mahali kuna chomeka, I think some hours ago. They have been able to put out the fire, but we'll be able to look at that news in the morning. Many are feared to be dead in that fire in Embakasi. Ladies and gentlemen, to that sad story. Maybe I can just play a footage to kadogo ka the fire that is ongoing. I don't know if it has been quenched out. I'm yet to find out. But as I was coming in the show, that was equally news making headlines. This is the fire I'm talking about.
A very serious, big fire explosion in Embakasi. It's a residential area. Many people are dead. Many people are just lying on the road. Oh Jesus, this is a whole residential area in Embakasi, just next to Nyayo. We don't know what caused the explosion. I heard the explosion from very far, and
all right, that is the clip. These fires, Mr. Alex, at times, are they generated to achieve an objective? Maybe you don't want to evict people. Maybe you want to build in something else. Do people begin fire, especially like this one, for a reason?
So it has been done before, but this one you cannot know because it was an explosion. It might be a gas. Somebody's at the house and they put the gas. But it has been done before. Gikomba was always being banned when Moi wants to speak with the people of Gikomba. Wanachoma usiku, asubuhi Moi anakuja, fire trucks zinakuja, zinatoa hiyo moshi moto, alafu ana promise atawekea, and then they sign a pact that they will fanya nini, they will vote for him. There are many arsonists in the country who are sponsored maybe by the government or cartel or the people who want to grab land in a certain area. But they are so inhumane that it's at night and such fires in Anga. There are those people who will not even know that the fire started. By the time zimefika kwa nini kwa stairs, there is nowhere to go. So unabaki tu kwa nyumba. Now, you might burn, the cops might burn nini peke yake baki, the bonds peke yake, and you may not identify those people completely because everything is up. You look at that, the magnanimity of that fire. It can tell you that that fire is killing a lot of people.
They are blaming inaweza kuwa kuwa na gas involved, gas leak and all that.
I think so. If there was a bad explosion, usually inakuanga ni gas. These gases tunatumia, they are weapons of mass destruction. These gases ambazo tunatumia zinakuanga weapon of mass destruction. Sometimes we need to be very careful, especially when we tell, especially hizi ndogo zinaitwanga aje, hizi ndogo zenye, the ones that the Meko one.
Yeah.
They are very dangerous because sometimes they overfill them. Sometimes they overfill them. It's supposed to be 5 kgs, but sometimes they put even 7 kgs. Which when the gas starts coming out, it's very dangerous. It can explode badly. And unless you know truly how to use a gas, way to me a stove because like now, if it's somebody's gas that has done that, imagine how many lives it has killed. It's immoral. But if they said it was, just look at that.
This equally some of the footage from the fire.
Look at I said from there. But sasa unapita chini unapata moto. Angalia mahali umefika. Unaona hiyo apartment? Unaona mahali umefika? So hawa wanaokoka, lakini wenye wako huko, tell me.
Yes, sorry.
Just angalia
Looks
sasa,
like an explosion and all.
just look at it. How can you save? Kama uko na watoto wawili watatu wadogo, unabebaje wote kwenda chini? Na watoto hawajui nini inaendelea. They are panicking. It's a sorry state. Complete sorry state.
Wow. I know in the morning we'll get more reports on this. It's sad. I think it may happen to Masad Jioni. It's sad. We'll get the gist of the story. But it is so sad. Huh? Yeah, it is. That flame really speaks volume, eh?
That magnanimity.
Yes. It's an inferno.
It might be even been started by somebody here. I mean, it looks that was a good project, and somebody may have put there a very good project, because these are apartments that are classy the way I see them. You know, they're not just normal apartments. These are middle class apartments that are classy. And that fire alone speaks volume. It tells you that.
I think this one cannot be a gas, Mr. Alex and Jakes. This one cannot be a gas. This one, this cannot be a gas. Hii hata inaweza kuwa na explosion tu. Siku hizi magaidi wako wengi sana, Al-Shabaab wako wengi sana Kenya, wanaingia bila ile nini. This one, hii iwezi kuwa gas.
This is on the other side. What we are getting so far ni clips people sending of the fire. This is one side of the fire. This is the other side. Naona vile ni kibao, ni kubwa. There's some fear that people could be dead. Of course, people die because of smoke inhalation, right?
Yeah, carbon monoxide. I mean, if you overstay in the house, look at, I mean, hopefully, imagine mtu mwenye anaishi hapa juu atatokaje mpaka chini, mahali imefikia hapo. Hiyo moto already inaenda kwa dirisha, unaona? It's quite unfortunate.
I really hope not so many people have lost their lives. Our heart goes out to the people of Embakasi. It's quite unfortunate.
I hope the MP is out there looking for his people. But the problem is that, honestly, we never invest in fire trucks. We don't want to invest. So in this country, when you call 911 Jakes, which is the number you call for emergency, ambulance inakuja, fire truck inakuja, askari wanakuja. You know? And the fire truck wakikuja, yani wanakuja wako prepared. Na kumbe mtu ni mgonjwa peke yake. We need to start knowing how to invest in that. Hii maneno tunaomba members of parliament pesa during the election tuwache kabisa, so that we can invest on structures. Moto zitaendelea kuwa na zitakuwa katika country yetu. Unaelewa? Unfortunately, vile moto ikikuwa, that's when we start talking about what? These infernos. But the truth is, ona sasa watoto wanatoroka. Au at least wamepenya. Mwingine ameendesha gari yake, yeye amepenya. Udaacha kila kitu. It's useless. Hata certificate wacha. Maisha ndio nzuri. I'm glad to see those who have been saved. Naona mzalendo amekuja hapa, lakini yeye si mzalendo, ni mchokozi.
Chokozi na wewe. But as Africa 24, our hearts goes out to the family and to the people affected. We really sympathize with you even in such times. It's not easy, I know. Fire is never a friend.
Oh, all right. On this side. imeingia kwa dirisha ndani, sasa iko ndani. Sasa kama
unajua hata inapelekango pia hata na upepo.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get the gist of it in the next show. We'll really try to find out what could have happened, but we really pray that no one has, not many. They are saying there are some who have lost their lives, but we are really praying for them. Nick Odhiambo, hi, how are you?
I'm okay. I'm very much okay.
Karibu
very
sana
much
kwa show.
alive.
Nataka kuona picha yako hivi, you are okay.
Oh, unataka kuniona?
Yes.
Alex, ndio huyu mimi sasa. Sema bana.
Asante sana. It looks nice and better. Classic.
Niambie.
In fact, sasa wewe unakaa moderator kuliko Jex. You know, Afrika nyuma kila kitu.
Wewe sasa unachoma bwana.
Acha ni sema sana lakini ndugu yangu.
Iko salama, kaugonjwa kadogo but ninapona.
No, you're looking good compared to some other days nilikuona hapo. But sasa hivi unakaa uko sawa kabisa.
Asante, nashukuru Mungu.
Now we've been praying for you to get well because we miss you miss your debates in these shows. But all the same umekuwa ukiwakilisha vizuri sana.
Si tumekuwa hapa na Mr. G tukiwakilisha. Afrika iendelee.
Umefanya vizuri, niambie bana. Siasa tu.
Tunaongea siasa ya Nzoia Sugar Company, ya Koome, Koome kupelekwa kwa Judicial Service Commission na ndio the president of Judicial Service Commission.
Judicial Service Commission as appointed is the appointing authority. Is the recommending authority.
Yeye ndio amesimamia.
She works under that umbrella.
No, she doesn't work under umbrella. She is the umbrella that other people work under.
No, but let me ask you, Alex. Who recommends judges? It's JSC.
Of course, yes. They are the ones who recommend and the ones who fire. Remember the
who heads JSC?
I think they have a couple of people. I know one of them that we school with, Evelyn Luande, who works there. I know Isaac Ruto. I thought that Judicial Service Commission need to be a lawyer to work there, but Ruto appointed Isaac Ruto to be there, which was weird because everybody is a lawyer there.
Isaac Ruto, who is Isaac Ruto? Isaac Ruto, the former governor of Met.
Yes. Yeah. He's not a lawyer, but everybody is a lawyer, but he's the only not a lawyer in the Judicial Service Commission. Yeah.
I have a feeling that JSC is an independent body, and it's not controlled by Martha Koome. If Martha Koome was controlling JSC, why would she appear before JSC?
No, the report that we saw today here is that she has been taken to JSC, yet she's the one, because this man is also called Odhiambo, is a human rights activist. He took him there in the pretext that she was supposed to choose a minimum of 15, a maximum of 20 members, I think of some commission, but she extended to choose 22, which was against the law. So she has taken her to Judicial Service Commission to see if there was a violation of the Constitution, which I see there was, because if you have been told a maximum of 20 and then you choose 2 extra, I think that's a clear violation. There is no question there. But then the guy said, not the guy, I think there's somebody who was interpreting and saying that Martha Koome is the one that leads the Judicial Service Commission, which I never knew that.
Yeah, but those are the structure of JSCC. How JSC, there are Supreme Court judges who are also members of JSC, and Martha, she's the chairman of JSC. Automatically, if you become the Chief Justice, you become the chairman of JSC. I think that is how the structure is. I'm just giving a wild guess out there, but it's an independent body all the same. Yeah.
So I think
on your screen, what I'm projecting is the membership and those who comprise the JSC. The Chief Justice, who is the chairperson of the commission, she actually is the chairperson of the commission, as Nick is rightfully saying. One Supreme Court judge elected by the judges of the Supreme Court, and then of course one Court of Appeal judge elected by the judges of the Court of Appeal, the Attorney General, two advocates, of course, from LSK, one man, one woman, nominated by statutory body responsible for professional regulation of the advocate, and of course, one person nominated by Public Service Commission. And now that one person nominated, I think it was Isaac Ruto. I'm not sure, but I think he's
Isaac Ruto. That is.
That is where he comes in. Yeah, I think that's where he comes in.
So
go ahead.
So though it is
you
interesting, Nick,
yeah,
it's
Alex,
interesting that the chairperson now here will be subjected to this can I call it a tribunal, where a petition has been filed against her. She's the chair. She's supposed to sit in. Actually, she's supposed to defend herself. What happens therein? Does she first step down so that the case what happens? What should happen?
She needs to recuse herself.
Does she? Yeah, that's the question. Does she recuse herself? What should happen?
I think they are going to look if they are going to look if they are going to accept the petition first. If they accept the petition, then Martha Koome will recuse herself. Now come before it as a what?
As an accused person.
Yeah, the problem is now you leave the number to be 6. So which can tie? Who is the tire breaker?
No, but you see, I don't think kutaweza kuwa na any lacuna in that when she steps down, her deputy Philomena Mwilu stands in immediately as on an acting capacity as the chair. I don't know if that's the law, but I think that's what happened when Maraga stepped out. So I don't know. I don't think kutakuwa bado na 6. There will be 7. Yeah. Mwilu was the one who was acting before Koome was appointed. So what would happen when Koome steps down? I think it's almost obvious that the deputy steps up so that the quorum still holds and chairs them, because we still lack the chair if she steps out. What do you think? Because among the vetting, Koome was vetted by Philomena Mwilu, who was then an acting Chief Justice. If you remember, even Chitembo appeared on this. You remember when Chitembo was crying? It's during that vetting process. And this is the same organ that still punished Chitembo when he had an issue with Sonko. So I think it is so, because even the one who recommended who to appear in it was Martha Koome. So the one who should step in the event she steps down should be Philomena Mwilu.
Nothing can be left in a vacuum. I think they have to find a solution so that the votes do not hang.
Oh, okay. Actually, I've not read the story.
But,
I'm just floating. I'm just trying to get what this story is all about. The Chief Justice resigning, the Chief Justice stepping down. I've not really grasped the Kenyan news lately. So what is happening with the Chief Justice stepping down?
no stepping down. She has been
she's
a
not
petition has
stepping
been
down.
filed against her.
She
Oh,
recused herself.
she's been accused by by an ordinary citizen.
Yes, an
Yes, yes.
activist.
Yeah, and then the case will be taken to the courts where she's heading as the Chief Justice. That case is going nowhere. Let us just continue. That one is going to be dropped on many grounds. It's going nowhere.
Yeah, but that is
That's
what equally
definitely
was
going nowhere. That one will be dropped on technical grounds. It's definitely not going anywhere. It's just a waste of time. Yeah. Personally, I think it's a waste of time because the Chief Justice is the head of the Judiciary and also the head of JSC, and also she's a member of the Law Society of Kenya. You know, there's so many things there that Kenyans sometimes are excited about things that don't even make sense. Yeah.
All right. The other thing, what else did you look at, Mr. Alex? We have looked at a lot. Did you see the confrontation between Sifuna and this young? What do you call this
I
man?
saw Nani is called Mungatana.
Yeah, what did you make
I
of it?
saw. For me, I think people in Azimio and especially ODM, they are very confrontational, and you know, I don't find a lot coming from Sifuna apart from the English and confronting other people. There's nothing much that comes from him. So it's more of a demonstration.
Because I think
because I know you belong to that group, so I expect that from you. So it's a lot.
You don't agree with
It's a lot of English, but a lot of nothing. Just watch that clip to the end and tell me what you came up with. What was being told? Yes, sometimes it's good to be disrespectful to the president. Yes, you can be as disrespectful as you want if that gives you that leeway, or that gives you that mileage politically, or that gives you a base, that ignites your base. And Alex feels so happy about, how you performed on national TV. But you see, when you're on national TV, you have to bring out the issues that are really affecting Kenyan and solutions. I don't find any solution coming
what did
from.
Mungatana bring in? What did
I don't.
Mungatana bring in?
I think Mugatana was bringing civility. Like, let us have a debate. Let us not have a shouting match. Let us not try to outshine each other. Let us have a conversation. Alex, when you come here, we normally have a conversation. Sometimes we disagree to agree on certain issues, but when we start shouting at each other, trying to prove a point that you know better than me, then we miss the point. The whole idea is try to educate Kenyans of the reality. Even if Ruto is this madman, is this crazy man who is breaking the law, quote the law, tell us what is doing wrong. And after that, tell us this is what they ought to have done, and this is what the law is saying. And what really amuses me is that the same person was the other time not recognizing the law itself, which is the institution, the presidency. Yeah, if you don't respect the constitution of Kenya, when Ruto was elected, that is the constitution of Kenya speaking. So when you see, again, you come and say, you know, you don't respect the law, and at the same time, you don't respect the Chief Justice. So it's a whole, unajua ile kwa Kikuyu kuna ile chakula upika iko na viazi ndani, iko na mnyama ndani, na iko na githeri na mbosho ndani. I don't know what is that. That is, hiyo sijui mnaweza ita aje. So mimi huona watu wa ODM wanakaa hivyo. Kama hizo Ruto tu chakula wako kila mahali, yani they are everywhere without any solution, lakini ukikula hiyo chakula tumbo inaharibika mbaya sana. So hivyo ndio unaona wakina Sifuna wanapia,
but Wakikuyu wanaikula tumbo iharibike.
Ndio kwa sababu wao wamezoea kukula, watu wa ODM wamezoea hiyo chakula. So hiyo ni chakula yenu. Unaona vile wewe ukiona Sifuna unafurahi sana kuona akitondokea. Mimi nikuona
hapo umechoma, hapo umetuonea.
Haona ongea, haona kuna kichomana ongea.
Hapo umedanganya. You come here, we debate with you very well. We disagree to agree agreeably.
No, Alex, that's how I look at it. I look at when I watch a debate between Sifuna and Alwale, and they start on a very good note. They start with the issues. Then the emotions get into them. And niliwaambia kitu moja, hii siasa usiweke kwa roho sana. Yani umeweka kwa roho like it's a matter of life and death. People in Azimio and ODM behave like this is a matter of life and death. Ni kukufa na kupona. Kesho Raila atakuwa na Ruto kwa meza moja, saying that huyu jamaa anafanya kazi mzuri sana. Tutasema
ulikuwa prophet of doom. Ulituambia hii mwaka ipiti before Ruto na Raila wasalimiana.
See, these are the groundwork is still being laid. Wewe ulisema nini? Wewe ulisema nini, Alex? Wewe unafikiri kusalimiana watu wanaanza tu kusalimiana polepole? Hapana, lazima kukuwe na vita kwanza.
Umeanza shouting match.
Lazima kukuwe na vita kwanza ndio tusalimiane. Lazima tukuwe na sababu ya kusalimiana. Unaona?
Then we are laying ground. Sifuna was laying ground. Then Sifuna was laying ground.
Mudavadi told you there'll be an earth-shaking revelation coming very soon.
Jamani, kuna earthquake na hakupata tukio yote vilika bwana. Sasa huyo jamaa si tutamwonea huruma.
But Sunday alisema we have another earth-shaking announcement coming.
Yeah?
Sunday he said there is an announcement that will shake the country coming very soon.
Sunday.
Yes, that's what he said on Sunday.
Let us wait for the announcement. Let us wait for the announcement. The only thing I feel is that our country is lagging behind. The dollar rate is going really high, and investors are not planning to come to Kenya anytime soon because of the political scene. You know, the reason why Raila and Uhuru got together is because they wanted things to come down and investors to come to our country. What Azimio is doing, they're putting a lot of pressure and a lot of money out of the country at the moment. So this kind of political bickering is not good for the economy. And that's why the economy of Kenya is hurting. And at the same time, when they are hurting the economy directly by politically making Kenya so unstable, they are blaming the president, yet they are part of the problem.
But our work is oversight.
You're oversighting what? What can you oversight? And you are on the street demonstrating. Oversight?
Because that's the only way we can oversight. Because
no,
if people have
I think Ruto should learn that what Azimio is planning is to make sure that he does nothing in his 5 years. That is exactly what they're doing. And he should be smart enough to realize that they will stagnate him for the next 4 years. By the time he's done, he's bringing his report card in 2027, hakuna kitu amefanya. Ataambiwa hizi projects zilikuwa za Uhuru. Hakuna kitu wewe ulifanya.
So far ni za Uhuru peke yake ako nazo.
Yeah, that's a propaganda that is working so well. I said that ODM Azimio is winning on the propaganda war, and Kenya Kwanza need to think very, very fast that they're losing on the propaganda. They're not losing on their goals, but on the propaganda. Oh, where is this man?
Embakasi.
Containers. A gas explosion in containers. Oh, that's Mradi area, and I wouldn't know that. Where is that?
Embakasi.
Yeah, that is Babu Owino's constituency.
Yes.
And that is also my area. Babu Owino is my MP.
We are saying several people are feared dead because of that fire. It happened a few minutes before midnight.
Wow.
Inaendelea actually.
Pole. Na nini inaitwaje? Fire trucks na hapo si ni karibu na KDF, Kenya Defense Force. They have got fire trucks. They need to step up. Hiyo area kuna askari wengi sana. Kuna GSU, kuna AP, kuna Kenya Army hapo, kuna Nairobi County Council. They need to step up and put out that fire. I remember that kind of fire happened sometimes back in when Kenya Pipeline. Unaona hiyo pipeline. How old were you, Alex, when the oil refinery hapo hiyo pipeline ililipuka? Hiyo tangi ya mafuta hizo zilichomeka.
Nakumbuka, but I don't know what. I think I was in primary.
I'm telling you, on that day the sky was red. For the first time niliona mlipuko. Watu wanaongeaga juu ya mlipuko ama juu ya vita. It was like a war zone in Kenya.
But hata ukiangalia hii flame si kidogo bwana.
Hii wewe nakwambia hiyo ingine ilikuwa imeshika mpaka sky. You are looking at the sky is red from Westlands, anywhere in Nairobi ungekuwa unaangalia the sky is red. Hiyo flame. Hii flame bwana, hii ni ya gas. Inakaa huyu jamaa alikuwa hapo, kuna storage facility or something like that.
Yeah, there should be something that caused that.
You might be right. Kuna mtu alikuwa anauza gas, maybe ilichapa kutoka kwa nyumba fulani. Wakati ilienda, kuna mtu anauza gas hapo, maybe zilikuwa 100.
Hapo inakaa kama Nyayo Highrise. Hiyo mtaa inakaa kama Nyayo Highrise. Looks like Nyayo Highrise in Embakasi.
Several people
hapa wacha maneno ya kudia hii.
Good day is ni mwenyeji hapa, so
anasema huko ni wapi? Atuambie huko ni wapi?
Several people scored injured following a huge gas explosion at container. Mnajua hapa ni wapi? Company in actually it's the company itself in Miradi area, Embakasi, Nairobi. Firefighters at the scene of rescue operation ongoing. I really hope watu wengi wamepass. Fire can really be destructive, extremely destructive. Naona wanatorokea from the stairs. Na hiyo moshi ni kubwa.
Mimi nauliza wewe, Jex, huku ni wapi? Unajua mnaongea tu, lakini huku sasa ni wapi? Ni Nairobi na wapi?
Container kampuni ya what? Kwa hii poster wanasema ni place inaitwa Container, kampuni iko mahali inaitwa Miradi area. Sijui ni wapi panaitwa Miradi.
Oh, okay. I'm not aware of any place inaitwa Miradi, Nairobi. Miradi area, Mradi area Embakasi. That's a new one. I've never heard of a mradi.
But even those flats zinakaa mpya mpya, si ndio?
Hizo flats zinakaa kama Nyayo high-rise. Nyayo high-rise flats in Embakasi. Okay, they are not very new, but they've been there for a while, and they're well maintained. But inakaa iko nyuma yake. Unajua wao wanapiga hii picha wanaipigia kutoka kwa umbali sana.
Yeah, because you cannot equally come close to the fire.
Hiyo ni wako mbali, hiyo moto iko mbali. Lakini naona watu wanatoroka.
Unajua pia moshi inaweza kuaffect hata kama uko this far.
People are running away. I mean, the power line might be
here with a child. You see that woman with a child? Kwa hii hata mtu anaongea anasema kitu.
Serious big fire explosion in Embakasi. It's a residential area. Many people are dead. Many people are just lying on the road. Oh Jesus, this is a whole residential area in Embakasi, just next to Nyayo. We don't know what caused the explosion. I heard the explosion from very far, and
I can figure out hiyo area ni gani. I can figure out kutoka vile huyo ameongea that area it should be this congested area ya pipeline. Yeah, it's very 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 congested. But no, it's not really congested area. Kama sio hiyo congested area ni hiyo there is a hapo behind just next to Nyayo high-rise. Nyayo high-rise, yeah. Nyayo high-rise, hizo ni no, this is a road. This what I see is a main road. This road, this road is the one that leads to Airport North. I think so. And hizo ni zile maduka zinakuwa hapo along, kuna maduka mpaka huko chini kwa Kirima. Huko nyumba kuna bridge hapo kwa Kirima. So hizo manyumba ni either zile ziko hapo kulikuwa na Taj Mahal. Taj Mahal was on the left, and there's hapo mbele the flyover. I think that is the area. That is the area.
Our hearts goes out to all of them.
Poleni sana bana.
Wengi hata huwa hawakufi juu ya kuchomeka. Wengi hii moshi yenyewe tu imetosha. The carbon monoxide from it. And then our people at times, kuna mwingine ameona this is an opportunity to loot.
Yeah, hiyo inakuaga Wakenya, hiyo ni tabia yetu kama kawaida.
So some people would die not because
kamera yangu.
And then there's this other one. This one shows from the buildings now. This one is from the buildings. I think the fire spread or something.
Unajua hapo kwa hizi gorofa zijashika moto. Hizi gorofa ziko mbali kidogo na hiyo mali hiyo moto iko.
Or just behind the fire, right?
Ziko nyuma hiyo moto iko mbali kidogo na hiyo gorofa. Ziko mbali kabisa. Hiyo moto hizi gorofa unaona mali wana bado wako kwa manyumba, unaona bado ingekuwa iko karibu nao, these guys should be down already by now, but they are still up their houses. So ni mali iko mbali kidogo na hiyo gorofa.
This is another angle. Ni ngumu unless we get the footage from. I'm trying to get a very clear footage. I'm yet to, but I know I will. It may happen like an hour or so ago, so it's still a very fresh news, so many are still trying to find what could have caused it. But they're saying several are feared dead, and fire rescue is on the ground trying to contain the fire. But as you say, I think in this idea ya nani ya Babu Owino. But then again, kuna hii swali pia ingine huwa inakuja when kuko na issue of land, unakutanga hiyo place fire can happen. Is it equally a way of evacuating people? Like sometimes you find these fires, as Alex was saying, in happen Gikomba, where they are, let's say, a land issue, because there is still a land issue. I think it's part of the Kerema part. Kama iko almost there. What do you make of it? Could it equally be human assassin?
Oh no, like the Karima's case. The Karima's case is sealed. If you burn those houses, you'll be burning your own property. Na hiyo land ya kina Kerema, it's not ati sio timali, ni mali ndogo. Kabansora hii, okay, next to Kabansora hii iko factory, okay. Hii ni factory ya unga. Hii ni factory ya chai.
Oh, Alex, you know the flower farm. Oh, Nyachai owned it,
Nyachai and Kabarak, Sansora. Sansora is the company for Moi Kabarak. No, Sansora is for Nyachai, and Kabarak was a company for Moi. So they owned Kabansora together.
Yeah. So
okay.
Oh no, the issue of the land hiyo ya nani ya Babu ya Kirima, it's a big land. Hiyo si land, yani ni land kubwa, yani ni mali kubwa, watu wameinvest hapo, ni watu wengi sana. People put very nice homes, watu wamejenga maflat na nini, and they bought the pieces of Nima 60 by 30. They bought them from brokers, na hiyo land ndio ilifanya watu wengi sana wakakufa. Kuna huyu jamaa anaitwa Mkabana, that land is the one pia ilifanya yeye pia akapoteza maisha yake. Imekuwa na watu wengi wale walikuwa nauza when Kirima was still alive, walikuwa nang'ang'ania hiyo shamba yake. But because the matter had stayed in court for over 8 years, but now when it was resolved that ni shamba yao, hawana budi bila ni wahame. But I think wamewaambia walipe 2 million ndio wapatiwe title ya mali wanaishi now from the real owner.
2 million ama 2 billion?
Ni 2 million, yani if you live in a 60 by 30, you are told to pay like 2 million or 3 million thereabout.
Is this the shamba that Ahmed Nasir was taking to the Supreme Court? You are 2 billion, because come on here, 2 million.
That's a different one. That's a different one.
Hiyo ni tofauti.
Hii ni yenye akina Babu Owino na huyu.
Hii ni ile Babu Owino alikuwa anasema hiyo shamba hata sio ya Kirima, ni ya Muhindi.
Oh, ndio hiyo wanang'ang'ania, hiyo ndio imeenda Supreme Court.
Hiyo ndio.
No, hiyo imeenda Court of Appeal. Kwa sababu High Court ndio ili rule, sasa walienda Court of Appeal.
Anyway, tuende kwa topic nyingine ama unataka kufunga?
No, the reason I'm asking that, just 2 days ago kulikuwa na moto ingine ilikuwa imehappen City Stadium, na it was of such magnitude just 2 days ago. Was it 2 days? Na I remember tulikuwa we were almost starting the show when I saw that news, and now this one, and that's why I'm asking, could some of these fires be like someone who has chosen to be an arsonist, destroying property with a given agenda, just like at times it happens in Gikomba? Someone would tell me wanachoma leo alafu kesho asubuhi wanarudi kuchoma tena. That's the kind of fire. But then again, kuna hii issue of land. Unakutanga hiyo place fire can happen. Is it equally a way of evacuating people? Like sometimes you find these fires, they unakuta after some time a new building inajengwa where hiyo nyumba imechomeka. So it's like at times they use it as a evacuation strategy. Sometimes mwingine anasema mtu kama akona loan ama ameweka insurance, they use fire to get compensation. So that's what I'm asking. Could it be human man-made tragedy to achieve a certain agenda?
Unajua, we will be speculating. I don't want us to be speculating and guessing. Maybe it's and people are already dead, so it would be very, very sad to kill so many people to achieve your agenda. So for me, I think it's an accident, and nobody would want to set buildings on fire and end up with so many fatalities. So let us wait for the report from the police and the fire people, what they'll tell us after putting out that fire, what caused it, and if it is an accident, we will know. If it was intentional, then that person should be arrested and brought to the book.
Because this was the fire and it happened just the day before yesterday.
In ya Jua Kali sector.
Hapo City Stadium.
Hii nayo hiyo ni wagani, sometimes they fight for space. So hata ukichoma hivyo baadaye tu unapata wanarudi wanajenga. The next day washajenga. Most politicians will come back there and help them reconstruct those structures. Yeah. So some of these premises are very, very unsafe, especially mambo ya stima, wametap na nini, not looking at the security measures or precautions that they need to have taken. So anything can happen.
All right. Alex, you have something as we wind up?
Not really. I just say we had a very good show. It's always interesting, but we invite Eli and Goodyear to come up at our panel wajuane, because really Eli really wanted to know who Goodyear is. So Goodyear, kesho kuja kesho kuja mapema before ile show ingine ianze, ujuane hapa.
Naona wanajuana na jamaa anaitwa Penya Gaka, so watafutane tu, watajuana. Atajuana. All right, thank you so much. Yes, Nick, could you be having something as we wind up?
No, I don't have much. It's only that I ask Alex and his crew to keep calm, to try and leave Ruto alone, let Ruto work for the people of Kenya. And they know very well that if these houses are built in 2027, they will not have anything to show the people of Kenya that they have done, apart from Mandamano that led to so many killings. So I urge Alex to make sure that, just like Kipagendi, his best friend, has joined Ruto on this other side, we want a country that is.
Has Kipagendi joined Ruto?
No, acha kumchomea bwana. Hiyo propaganda umeanza hiyo.
So usijali, wewe bado
jana alichoma sana.
Utaingia tu.
Ruto.
Jana Kipagendi alichoma jana Ruto.
Yes, ndio namwambia huyu angaliange news.
So tunaambia najua pale ya kutokeza na najua pale ya kuchokoza kidogo ndio nisikie anasema nini. But Alex, the way we are, I mean, this country, we love our country so much. The way things are happening right now is that there's a lot of political tension in Kenya today. A lot. No investor wants to come to a country like that to put up their money. The dollar is not circulating. No tourist wants to come to a country that is not stable. And the political bickering is not, it's even worsening it. And we've seen both sides are not going to turn down very, very soon. But eventually, the whole idea is for Ruto to succumb and Gachagua and invite Baba to the table so that they can all enjoy our taxes. So, Leo too. Yeah, ninayo kusema ya leo.
Predictions zako, they will never come to fruition.
No, I mean, most of my predictions are like we started with you in March when you had to march into State House. I told you it was not going to happen. Did it happen? It didn't happen. I told you Ruto will rule until 2027. It will, definitely. I told you most of your supporters are going to come back to Ruto when you bungle your nominations once again. That will come. And if the development projects that Ruto is initiating right now, if at all they're going to see the light of day without the courts interfering with them, then he will be the first president in the Republic of Kenya to do such a big investment to the people, especially the people who cannot afford a decent house. This is a very, very good thing. And I don't know why we are paying mortgage for MPs and the senators and all that, and yet they don't want somebody to have a decent home. I saw Tiende Amolo.
Open another debate, and we were giving finishing remarks, because if you start on that, I must counter you.
Yeah, I want you to counter me and ask just one thing. I saw Otiende Amolo building a home, nyumba huko kwa watu wale wasiojiweza huko. I saw Gladys Wanga and so many other MPs doing the same. Is it that those people, is it a need in that particular area? Yeah. Where you see MPs building homes for widows and all that. Have you seen that in your area?
No,
no, you've never seen that. In my area, it happens a lot. Inafanyika mara mingi sana that politicians build homes for people who cannot afford
so many widows. We don't have widows in Kisii.
You don't have widows?
You guys have so many widows.
Yeah, we have so many widows in Nyanza. And widows.
Sauti yako imepotea Nick.
Sauti yako imepotea Nick.
Yeah, so wewe wacheni Ruto ajengee watu wale hawajiwezi kulipa, wawezi afford mortgage, wapate manyumba. Hiyo roho mbaya hiyo mko nayo ya Ukenya na kutaka nyinyi ndio mko na manyumba peke yenu, wacheni. Hiyo ni roho mbaya, hiyo shetani mpeleke huko mbali. Sisi Ruto atajengea mama nyumba, watu wa mama mboga waweze afford manyumba na waishi vizuri.
So, kama nimejenga nyumba, mbona nikatwe house levy?
Kwa sababu lazima wewe, mbona unasaidiaga maskini? Kwa sababu lazima tuinue watu wale wako chini. Kama Mungu amekupatia uwezo, lazima uinue watu wale wako chini.
Hakuna, hiyo ni scam. Hakuna the price for 2-bedroom
trickle down economy ya Biden na Bidenomics inasema namna gani?
Hata umeanza yelling match.
Pole. I think niyo kasumba ya ODM bado niko nayo kidogo.
All right.
Audio with subside. Funga studio bwana, nimechoka.
All right. Guys, thank you very much. 4 hours in. But wadau, tomorrow, Friday, saa mbili, we have another interesting show happening here at Africa 24. Now, this is an interesting one. It's a show that premiered last Friday. And it's a show for you. Yeah, wewe ambaye you have had issues na mapenzi, this is your show. Why did I say this is your show? Yesterday I said not everyone is in politics, or is into politics. So we make sure here at Africa we give you all kinds of programming. And tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, we have another interesting show with able guests, or rather with able panelists, who will share and dive into matters relationship, matters marriage, matters divorce, matters heartbreaks, matters knowing the right person to marry, if someone is a joker or not, among many other things. Watu watakuwa wanalingamua. So what do you do? Make sure you subscribe to Africa 24, and equally make sure you watch this program. This program is for you. This program is a program you'll definitely enjoy. This is a program that it will really captivate and entertain you tomorrow. So stick around and watch this program. What program am I talking about? Aha. Bed of Roses.
Join us every Friday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. for a captivating journey into the world of love, relationships, and romance. Presented by the dynamic trio Maggie Knox, MC Jesse, and Annie Waweru. Bed of Roses promises to be your weekly dose of heartwarming stories, insightful discussions, and expert advice on matters of the heart. Whether you're single, in a relationship, or simply love a good love story, this is the show for you. Don't miss out on the chance to unwind and indulge in the joys and challenges of love, all brought to you by our talented hosts. Tune into Africa 24 every Friday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. and let us guide you through the enchanting world of Bed of Roses. Subscribe now and mark your calendars. You don't want to miss this. See you there.
Kindly subscribe now, hit notification. The link is already there. Guza hiyo link ya hiyo show. It's already there. Hapo kwa YouTube. Iguze and be part of that conversation tomorrow. So that ikianza tu hivi unakuwa notified that imeanza. All right? Thank you very much kwa wale ambao mmekuwa mkitu support throughout all this. You guys are just but fantastic. Watu wa comment section mkiongozwa na Goodyear, asanteni sana. Goodyear, you are in. Asante Geoffrey Ruto, I see you. Eli ambaye naona leo anaitwa Ella. Sawa wadau, mnafanyanga ile kitu kwa comment section Jared Nyaribo, I see you. Reimuso Yegon, I see you. Asante sana. Namuona my good friend Mr. Sorry, I had seen his message hapa juu ziko mingi, acha nifikie your message, but thank you so much for being part of this great conversation happening always at 10 p.m. here at Africa 24. Yes, come now. Asante sana kwa kuwa part of the show and equally participating in the comment section. Na wengi ambao mliparticipate, akina Penya Gaka, asanteni sana. You guys are just but fantastic hapo kwa comment section. Equally you, my viewer, thank you so much for being part of this. I equally urge you and ask and I beseech of you, kindly subscribe to Africa 24. Kama uja subscribe, kimbia hapo YouTube and give it a like, give it a subscription, for you never know. Yeah, you never know. Hii ni ile channel ambayo inakufanya ile kitu. So kimbia subscribe, tujenge kama jinsi tunavyokujenga na vipindi murwa kabisa. So tujenge na kusubscribe. Subscription is totally free of charge. All right, subscribe to Africa 24. Let us keep the numbers growing. Thank you very much to many of us that keep on subscribing. Subscribe. Kimbia YouTube, after Africa 24, subscribe. Africa 24, subscribe and like all our videos and all our programming. All right, see you tomorrow morning for the newspaper review. All right, thank you very much. Of course, I've always been your host, Jakes, the moderator. I'd never take this for granted. It's always an honor and a privilege to appear and even moderate such shows. Thank you very much for always keeping me company, and equally for always making this program a very entertaining and captivating show. Thank you very much. It's always an honor to be part of this. See you tomorrow. I wish you the very finest of blessings and equally God's protection. May you have a good night, good morning, good afternoon. Tuonane wadau. God bless you. Bye-bye.
Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Mwaka wa 60 umefika, tangu Kenya iwe huru. Mwaka wa 60 umefika, tangu Kenya iwe huru. Haya sisi sote wananchi